And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night stream. And also, we we are here now, and basically, you could be watching from any around the country or the world. And I really appreciate all of you. And we'll be talking about recently there is this Titan, the Titan and wait, the Titan boxing that happened and I didn't see with the Jake Paul and Tyson. I didn't see it in the Netflix, but because I don't have Netflix, but I was keeping up with news and stuff about it, and we'll certainly look into that. And also, we resuming King Arthur and talking about the Six Flags and stuff that happened before, like we talked about yesterday. So now I'll be switching over and to the other screen so everybody can see me. Here we go. Alright, here I am. And I'm going to get this other window from over here. Then I'm going to go to the chat in a moment. Okay, right here. Hello, Alan. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here with us. Shout out to you. Today in the trial chat, it was a wild day today in the trial chat with the border, well, the migrant that was locked. That's on trial. That was a pretty intense chat today. And also, I hope that you're having a good evening, Alan. And now I'll be starting the game to see if it works this time. Because before they were having some issues with their server, the game, not us, but the game. Alright, looks like it's working this time. Here we go. Alright, yeah. So, today I was watching the trial today, about the one I saw was there was one before that, but I didn't catch it. But the other one was about the migrant, which I know he has a name, but sometimes with the aliens like me, the names don't always come to mind. So I'm calling him the migrant, but he has a name. I remember his name, I just don't remember quite off the top of my head. And there is the other window is open. We're going to be playing the game, and I'll be talking about the different topics while I do the game, and then we'll get into the articles and stuff. Okay, here we go. And I'm getting to you, Alan, in a moment. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, here we go. Okay, Lake and Riley trial. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and also and you did very good today, Alan, remember one of the people were saying about the America, like us having America, but, as you said, it happens. And it's ours now. And I like that. And basically, and I'll be bouncing back and forth between the different stuff. So, but basically, I was watching streamers that were talking about the fight, and yeah, I don't have Netflix either. My girlfriend I had a few years ago, she told me about Stranger Things on Netflix. I watched Stranger Things, but I don't use Netflix at this point in time. Also, I have watched some pretty cool Halloween movies on Netflix a very long time ago, like 7, 8 years ago. But as I said, I haven't used that in many years. You don't like watching boxing, okay? Yeah, I don't watch Oh, I like boxing. I just with the stuff I do, I just don't always see it come up where I'm on YouTube, and I just don't really like notice it. But I like boxing and wrestling and stuff. I think that's for for me. I like it's interesting to watch, and Mike Tyson's a very interesting, well, a very historical boxer, and people are saying that Jake Paul feels tough fighting a 60-year-old man. Yeah, that's just that was pretty. It's some it's pretty wild. I remember I think last year or so he had a fight Tyson, and yeah, it's obviously he fights differently than he did when he was younger. But he's still in good shape and all for his age and still training and stuff. But yeah, just imagine if Jake Paul were to fight him when he was younger, it would be a little bit different. And Alan, I was talking yesterday about the Six Flags that was going to be torn down because they're since Hurricane Katrina, they're talking about tearing it down, but they never actually tear it down. And they're going to do it this time, but they didn't do it because of a licensing issue, so it's going to just sit there again. So it's a lot of cringe, and we're looking at which I'll go over again. We're looking at the abandoned places, the abandoned parts of the park that urban explorers went to see, and it's very they filmed horror movies and stuff there, and it's a very spooky place. And it reminded me of what happened in the USSR when they had a nuclear meltdown and everything, it was abandoned. So, yeah. It's interesting the wildlife that comes in that situation because you have, like, over there, they have, like, boars and stuff at the Six Flags and these alligators. And over at the Russian, it's technically I think in Ukraine, but it was part of the USSR. But basically, what happened was there's allegedly some hybrid frogs and stuff and creatures that are over there from the nuclear reactor that went off, and that's some science fiction stuff. If that's true. It's interesting the wildlife that comes out of abandoned places. I like to sometimes I'll overanalyze things and I hyper focus, but the hyper focusing I do can be used to my benefit, like with the trials and things I watch. And I just think it's analyzing the wildlife in those places is very interesting. And I the park got a lot of water, and I saw some close up videos of when it was flooded. That's something I never saw before, and yeah, it got flooded really bad, and it's good for policymakers to focus on their making a city or a place better and not just letting things rot away. If things can be done, they can be done. And I'm bouncing all over the place with the different stuff. So, cooler weather has arrived in my neck of the woods, finally. And I was just outside. I was looking at the different constellations, and I made a short the other day about Venus because I thought it could have been. I'm just starting to learn about it. It wasn't Saturn or Jupiter, because I've seen that planet for years, and it's Venus, and it is the one reason I would say it's Venus because something I did was pretty cool. I took this, like I made a sundial or my own version of a sundial one time, where I put a plastic barrel, and I put a don't quite know what the name is, but it's like a piece of the metal part of a tire that's like rusted in the center with some rocks holding it up, and I pointed it in the position of the winter sun. And then it will like the sunlight will go through the little hole. I thought it was pretty cool. And I use like this different stars and the celestial objects as a way to, I place things, and I, you could say, build things in the direction of these certain constellations and stuff. And then the way I positioned it, in a certain way where it goes towards the winter sun. And then there's a cat that passed away many years ago that I put the grave adjacent in the outer direction of that compass I made. And the cat is directly under where the directly under where Venus rises in the morning, also where Sirius rises, and all the different, you know, things right there. That's the cat's grave is adjacent to all that because right out towards the east. So then what I did was I would see the star, I mean the planet, and it was in coordinates with Venus. It was right where Venus would be, but in a mirrored angle from the west because it's the brightest planet. It's the planet closest to the sun. No, not the planet closest to the sun, but the brightest one by the sun in the morning or the evening. That's what I meant to say. Hello, Stranded. Good to see you, friend. And Stranded, I'm just going all over the place with different stuff. And Stranded and Alan, I hope that... Well, I was with Alan all day today, so I know how he's doing, but I hope he's, having a good evening. And Stranded, I hope that you've been having a good week, and I hope that, you have a good weekend as well. And if you have anything new updates about anything, you could feel free to talk about it if you want. And thank you for getting back to me about the other email you sent me before. So basically, I guessed it could have been Venus, but then I'm like, Venus kind of rises in the morning, but it also could be in the evening. Technically, I just was learning about it, and yeah, it was Venus. And Venus has a very faint dust field, so it makes like a halo, but it's not the same type of ring that Saturn has, for instance. But yeah, that it was that one, and Saturn is in the eastern sky where the moon is. It's by the moon. Today I took a video of that one, and yeah, it has itself you could see the little halo, but it's not like a very great microscope that can see the planet like right up to your face. It's not like that, but it's still, with the different camera editing, you can get a pretty close up of what's going on. And I think that that's what ancient people did, and as I've said before about the aliens helping people create stuff. That is like another topic, but it kind of has to do with this. But basically, the people would build stuff with constellations adjacent to constellations. So I thought it was pretty cool that I did that, and because I made these compasses to measure the sky and stuff. And yeah, that's how I was able to, that's what I did, and it was pretty cool. To see, because like you make like a line, a straight line from just watching the different, where the sun rises, because the sun will rise in different areas during different seasons, and the moon, I always thought the astronomy was very interesting. Yeah, and for some reason the sky is very clear after a cool front comes in. The sky is very clear. It's very nice to look at. And I'm glad I got a chance to look at it before this happened. Oh, Alan said something else I didn't quite notice for a moment. Are you talking about... I'm not going to be pronouncing it right because I forgot the pronunciation, but Chernobyl. Yes. That's what I was talking about. Over there in Europe. Okay. Yes, Alan, I was talking about that one. I studied about it when I was like a teenager. Sirius is dog. Why would you bury the cat under the star of a dog? And basically, of what I was saying before you came here, like right before you came here, and you might be, and basically maybe joking around or whatever. I understand that, but I understand it. It's funny. It's ironic. I did that, but if you're here like a moment right before you came here, you would have heard the entire story about what I said. So basically, what I said was, she says, "I've been pretty busy this week. Sorry, I haven't responded to your email yet. I watched part of the Lincoln Riley trial. Yeah, Stranded. I'm glad you got to see that trial. And the chat was being very intense today, debating about politics back and forth. It was very crazy today. And also, what happened was I made this sundial, and which what I did was I made my own version of a sundial. I got this. There's this. You've seen it before in the phone lives. Y'all have seen it before in the phone lives probably. It's this blue barrel that's plastic, and I one time I put this inside the metal part of inside of a tire on the top, and I put it on standing up with some bricks, and with a rock and a little brick, and I position this thing, the metal thing, towards the winter sun, because I like winter, and it was the where the winter sun was rising, and you can see what it would do is the light would go through the little hole, and it was right in the center of the yard. And then what I did was, because I like to build things or construct stuff where it's adjacent to these different constellations I see. Yeah, facts. Facts. It is always very intense, and today it was extra spicy, in my opinion. Yeah, shout out to you, Alan. I'm glad to have you as my buddy, one of my many buddies over there. And we both have many friends there. It's a very great community. All right. So basically, so Stranded, as I was explaining, so I put it towards the eastern, the sun, the winter sun. So I would see these different constellations, and I wanted to mimic the different things I saw. Like I saw a triangular constellation one time. It was an eclipse of the moon and a planet, which was Venus, I believe, and another planet or a star. And it was like a triangle, like the Trinity. And so basically, what I did was, I had this. I did the I did the grave where it was adjacent to the east of the dial that I made, and because I thought it would be pretty cool to have that. And interestingly, it's adjacent to where Venus rises in the morning. So, and Venus is a the symbol of women, and it was a goddess, and and it was a female cat, and I thought that was pretty cool. Coincidentally, that that cat would be adjacent with the star of Venus, I mean the planet of Venus, and where the sun would rise during the fall and winter. And I was saying that because of where that grave is, when I saw this planet, it was adjacent to where Venus would be when it rises in the morning, but just in the opposite area towards the west. So I assumed it could have been Venus, so I made a compass type thing to measure the different constellations. And yes, shame on me that it happens to also be adjacent to the dog star that rises. And that part was just a bit of a coincidence, because that's just how the different celestial bodies rise up. But I'll tell you this, Stranded, is that the grave was, I put like a pyramid point on it because I want to make like a pyramid, and Sirius has to do with the pyramids, and the because Orion's belt is that's where the three pyramids are. The Orion's belt. So I did it in a tribute to the three pyramids, and in a way, it's now like a cat star, but also I you could also mean it in a symbolic way, where it could be unity between cats and dogs. And so that is a story about what I was talking about with the grave. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so basically with the Lincoln Riley trial, there was this the late and then that caused quite a bit of political debates in the chat, and there's a lot of different opinions there, so it was a lot of colorful. The chat was very colorful, and it's kind of like a situation where you sit back and eat your popcorn. And then there was a murder that took place by a migrant, and that's basically what it was, and it's clear. But both people of different political opinions could both agree that with Egypt, not with Egypt, pardon me, I'm still thinking about the other thing, but with the both political opinions both agreed that it was wrong what the person did, and they're clearly guilty. And I think it's shameful that were trying to people that say are maybe not fans of Orange Man, or not even necessarily him, but about the migration stuff. Basically, they're trying to, like, people get in an argument kind of off topic about it, but it's like both sides can agree that it was wrong what he did. That would open up the door to getting the different people to have the same view on the same thing. So you could all agree that this migrant was clearly guilty for what he did and was wrong, and it should be left at that. And then when you both agree on the same thing, they could be open to seeing what your point of view is, or at least can have a better understanding of what your view is. Maybe people won't change their view, but they could see what you think. Because a lot of times I think there's political misunderstandings where people don't quite understand what the other side thinks. So I think healthy communication is important. And Alan says, you're right. The pyramids in Egypt align with Orion's belt and the constellation. There are pyramids all over the planet. Oh yeah, Alan. Sarah and I, she has not been here in a very long time, and unfortunately, but basically, Sarah was saying that she loves talking about the pyramids, and we okay. So I'll get to what I was saying. So basically, what happened was okay. All right. Kind of lost track of thought for a second. It's gonna come back to me. Yeah, pyramids. Yeah. So Alan, her and I went and researched the pyramids when I was doing my stream one time, and and all over the world there's pyramids, as you just said. And a very cool thing about that is they're all adjacent to each other. They're all aligned. That's really cool. With all the pyramids aligned with each other, in China and or in the South America and all these different places. I think it's so fascinating how the different people were able to build pyramids all adjacent to each other all over the world. And that's as I said, I think some other beings helped them out with that. Ooh, it's getting heated. Also been keeping an eye on DJT appointees. Okay, give him the chair. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I am not trying to toot my own horn because, you have brilliant people in the chat and we all make a great team. Even if sometimes maybe not everybody will agree on everything, but we all make a great team at the trial chat. But basically, for like Alan, for instance, he has very good insight and he's good at predicting different things in a trial. And just as Steele appreciates Mr. Adams, his co-attorney, I appreciate Alan for the stuff in the chat. He over in the trial chat, the insight he gives. And I will say that I have been praised for help keeping the peace, and I'm calm in these different situations with the stuff and the topics, and I really appreciate that I'm able to keep it united, help keep it united, and I don't cause people to start having a problem. And as I said, it's not always the easiest thing to do with to keep composure, but it's just over time it's just something that I have developed quite a bit of a talent for. And Alan says, I suspect all the pyramids were communication and energy devices. They were not tombs. I agree. There may, I remember seeing that it was some sort of energy, like a power plant. And I also believe it was some supernatural spiritual thing, like a portal or something. Everybody at Law and Crime loves me. Yes. Yeah. Yes, they do. And I love them too. I love all y'all. Thanks, Alan. And Alan, I'm very glad I met you there. And I'm glad you're here with us. Because, there's so many trolls and different, like, stupid people around. It's good to have some cool people chilling. But yeah, I agree about it being used as some sort of energy field. I totally agree. Because I think it was some sort of a plant or some sort of communication. They also had light bulbs and stuff apparently too. All right. Stranded said not just in line with each other, but at the time these cultures hadn't crossed so far for them to all build similar types of structures. Definitely some kind of outside influence. Thank you, Stranded. That was said in layman's terms beautifully. That some sort of outside influence had them build the pyramids. And like people were not doing that all over the world just because they had communication like we do now. They were not in touch like we are. The people definitely had the the pyramids together because of some outside influence. Definitely. And so with the cargo plunder, I got wheat, cotton, copper, silver bars, iron, ore. Yeah, and I got silver. So this game gives you silver. That's pretty cool. And some gold nuggets. Back to the game. All right, game time. All right. And also, Stranded, I want to say that I was talking yesterday to the group that came in yesterday about the Six Flags. So the Six Flags in New Orleans is supposed to be brought back. They're supposed to be tearing it down after 19 years. And basically what happened was they so that's what they're saying last week, Stranded, and this week they're saying just yesterday that because of a licensing agreement that went wrong, they cannot they cannot tear it down. So that the city is just ridiculous. And I'll show y'all some pictures of it in a little bit. Yeah, it's a yeah. So basically, what it is, it's a giant wasp. Okay, let's see. Yeah, smack that fly. Yeah. All right. So we going on this little hunting spree. Yeah, and basically with let's see. Oh, and also I want to add, Stranded, about the dog star. I I didn't really know much about the dog star's existence until many years later. I just thought it was interesting that all the different constellations align. Stranded says Alan, definitely, especially when you look at other building architecture in those areas is completely different. So for all them to suddenly decide to build pyramid leaves questions. getting the vest. Face camera. Now, alright, so we got some of those. Alright, so I'm going to go to the staff right here. Yeah, let's go and see this other part of the quest. We're going to go to Padres del Fuego. Padre del Fuego. Alright, also, we'll be talking about the different hurricanes. I mean, the different news stuff that, I talk about. I will, which, I mean, what I'm saying is it's the same stuff I'm talking about now, but I'm going to go and, like, show you all pictures and things. And I'll look at some stuff with the Tyson Jake Paul fight. Some news about it, probably. But definitely it's in the title, yeah. And Latina should be coming in later. At some point. And yeah, so basically with Six Flags, it was a very thank you so much, Alan, for saying those very kind words. You're awesome. I always appreciate chatting with you, and I'm glad that I met you. And I will see you Monday at that trial. All right. Good night. And I covered to you basically what the whole stream's about, so you're not going to really be missing anything. I'm just going to go more in depth about it in a little bit. All right. Sunk that ship. Okay. About to ram into this ship. Ooh, they almost sunk me. But I don't care. Went right into them. Oh, oh, oh. Almost sunk both of them. Well, the ship is almost half. I was thinking I didn't get a hit, but I got a quarter of it hit. Wow. Did you fight that first ship? Seemed like it took a straight dive and said nope. Nope. Scared. Yeah, the ship dived and it said nope. That's true. All right, so with YSL today they were off, and last night we got stranded. I want to tell you something. So I have been seeing a lot of the chatters, like the non-player character chatters, or like the people. Or in this, we would call it the lurkers. So a lot of them have been talking lately, and they have been pretty cool. So a shout out to them. And with the Six Flags, a lot of urban explorers have documented it. So it was originally called Jazzland, and it goes all the way back to the time of pre-segregation. Then they ended segregation here in '64, and then after segregation ended, they had the Jazzland was still there, but when they did Jazzland, they went bankrupt, and then Six Flags came in and invested a couple $1 million into it. And I'll show you some of the haunting pictures, which I showed Latina them yesterday, and she might have to, which I didn't read the Wikipedia article about Six Flags. I'm going to do that this time. So, Stranded, you get like an exclusive thing to see the other chat didn't see yesterday. I'll be reading I'm reading about that. Okay, so we have a Thanksgiving information. Strand said, I'm I decided I'm not doing a turkey for Thanksgiving this year. I got to rack off ribs in the freezer, so I'm making that. Awesome, man. That's so cool. Yummy. Okay. Shout out to Sam. He's in the game with me. Oh, you gotta get up in the morning. Okay. Okay, Stranded. Understood. Hmm. That sounds interesting. Had an idea for a second. Okay. So, I'm gonna get these ships. And if you. I believe I'll be done doing this before you go to crash. But if you don't, I will read it to you again whenever you come, like next week, or if I go live tomorrow in the evening, if you're there, and we'll do it then. Stranded. How are your cats? I'm curious. Oh, okay. Okay, that's understood. And Stranded. I really, the dedication to your work is really great. I'm glad that you're dedicated to what you do, and I think that even if sometimes you don't like it or whatever, that's still a good work ethic is very important to me to see, because discipline is important. Because if you're disciplined in that, you'll be disciplined in everything else. We're like a polar opposite. Whoa, I'm getting off course here. I gotta go in the chat because I'm about to go run into something. Scared. Hoi. I think that if you had a place in, I certainly think if, oh wait, they need to give you a place in Trump's cabinet because you certainly would get the job done. Stranded. They're doing good. Archer has been in my lap all day. He's happy when I have the day off and he can snuggle with mommy all day. Well, your cat is extremely lucky to have you, and I'm glad he had his spoils for the day. Today, there's a situation with Bubbles with there's some fleas on the floor, or we think, and he doesn't like walking on the floor too much, and he kind of calls me over by him, and I'll go and pet him. And so I've been doing stuff with Bubbles today while I watch the trials. Even Storm got some snuggle time today. Tucker isn't a lap cat. Ah, okay. He's kind of like a feral cat. Feral. Now, Do your cats have the catnip gene? Because a lot of the cats we have the catnip gene, and some cats don't have the catnip gene though. Surprisingly. And like today, I the other day I found out Nermal has the catnip gene, and that was pretty cool. And she was freaking out. We have to. Okay, it's kind of like a Titanic situation where I crash into a ship anyway. Not staying up the whole night. Too late to fly a kite. I think I just dropped the mic. Strand said Tucker isn't feral. He just doesn't like getting in my lap. He'll lay in the chair and want me to pet him in his chair. That's like what Bubbles does. Bubbles is a lap cat, but that's what he's been doing recently. Yeah, facts, mic drop. Yes, my cats go nuts for catnip. They know the drawer I keep it in, and when I open it, the drawer, they're all over me. I got a hilarious story. So, when I was in, this was, I would, I'll tell you what the exact date was when it was taken, or at least it was uploaded to IG, Instagram, back in it was it was like 2015, maybe 16, earlier in 16. But when I was in high school, I a situation happened where I went and I had a okay, so I had an iPod, so I still had, Apple, and also I had an HP tablet, and I will say I'd much rather the Amazon, I'd rather the HP tablet than the Amazon tablet, just for slightly because of the ads that appear on an Amazon tablet. The Amazon tablet's still good, like an Android tablet would be, a regular one. But with that one, the problem is they get really you open it up and there'll be some ads and stuff when the other one was more like personalized. He said something funny. To open water, where real estate is dirt cheap. That's what Sam just said in the game. So what happened was I had this. I didn't have the iPhone yet, but I had a flip phone. So one time I accidentally left the flip phone out in the rain. And there's this myth about putting a phone in rice to fix it. And what happened was I took a picture of it to update my friends, my classmates on Instagram, and I put there's some parts of the comic book that I had, and I could tell you the exact date right now because I have a hand that's free. So basically, what happened was I had this. The date was going kind of scrolling down. Oh, they're coming for me right now. Okay, okay. I'm trying to drive, and I'm looking at IG. Okay, let's see. I come on, Hansis. Yeah. Okay, it was April 30th, 2016. Don't text the boat. Don't text and boat. And Sam, his joke said to water, free real estate. And yeah, so basically what happened was I put the phone in rice, and I got the water. I mean, I got the so I put the phone in rice because it got rained on, and I had a clear bag of catnip, and all my school friends were joking that I'm the plug or like the drug dealer, and they're tagging each other and saying that I'm making deals and stuff. And one my black friend from school, he was just like, there, and shout out to him. He was like, uh, "What's in the bag?" I said catnip. He said, "What's in the bag?" He didn't believe me. I said, "It's real. Look it up. It's catnip." That was hilarious. So that's a funny catnip story about me. Organio. Hilarious. I was telling Sam in the game that I was looking at my phone. I was looking at my phone, but I gotta focus on boating and in the water real estate. And he said the captain was just looking at the GPS. Okay, I was not supposed to get any hits, but I did, as I'm a naughty alien. That's really intelligent. That I'm going to put a cat grave under the dog star. I mean, you gotta blame the white man and blame the alien man too. Oh. Right, looking at Google Maps. I was looking at Google Beard Maps. I was looking at Google Blackbeard Maps. Alright, so now I'm about to get the advantage. Alright, here we go. Alright, so it would. Yeah, exactly. That's why I look at him. You know, I looked at soy maps, but that didn't get that. I got in the wrong places when I looked at those maps. Okay. Not too bad this time. Not too bad. Yeah, we're just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And we're just kind of cruising along. Yes, I understand. I got to have the co-captain of the spaceship to set me straight. Even if soy maps are at a discount, it's best not to even do it. Blackbeard maps, Blackbeard Google Maps is the maps to go. All right, so we're in a little bit of a different situation. Good. Haha. One of the other ships sunk in the distance, and when we got it. Okay. And so we're almost getting this. That's the moon, and that's the sun going down. Now we're going our way to Raven's Cove, and we're going to have a battle. One more battle. And then we're going to battle these two ships and win, and then we're going to go out to other parts. I remember, like I was saying before. Yup. Yeah, the ship is like, nope. This is going to be quick. It will. I don't know if it's going to be quick, but we're going to do what we can. Now, and I was looking at some of Mike Tyson's fights from a long time ago. He was very quick. He was a very quick fighter. And people are saying like, Jake Paul can, if he were to fight him at his younger age, it would be different. That people think, and that he chooses to fight a 60-year-old man to look tough. That's what some people are saying. That's pretty a wild situation. I remember there was a fight that lasted 2 minutes. He knocked the guy out within a couple of hits, and he just went down. Very good fighter. All right, here we go. We're nailing it. Tyson should just stay retired. Yeah, understood. I mean, I think for his age and what he's been through and all, he's in pretty good shape. But, for his age, but I do agree, it would be best to just retire. But a lot of people, like, there's this teacher, the headmaster of the school. I said it was a family school. And then there was this, the father, like, you know, so he had grandkids that were like in my grade and a couple grades below. He had kids that were teachers, and he was like the grandfather of him. He passed away at like, I don't quite remember the age, but early to mid 90s or something. And he taught until he passed away. He passed away in his sleep, and my girlfriend at the time was at the school when it happened. I was a grade ahead of her, and I went to there to visit the Friday before he passed away, and I briefly saw him. I'm glad I got to do that. But yeah, he passed away, and she told me everything about it, everything I needed to know, and because she was there, and the people were very sad. But the point is that he did it until he was done. So that is, and a lot of people, they'll do a trade or they'll do something for a long period of time, and they just get attached to like what they do, and when they actually stop doing what they do, they pass away. So I do agree with you, Stranded. I do agree that he should let it go, and he's a very one of the greatest boxers, maybe even the greatest boxer of all time, I'd say. And it would be good to retire, but as I said, people that have been doing something for so long, he might want to keep doing it until he just drops dead. But I do agree with you, Stranded. That would be best. Ship goes down. Yeah, Tom Brady. All right, now we're going to be going to the part of the article. It's a short article. Whew. Okay, we did it. All right, the game. Contact sports is a lot different than teaching too many damages on the body. I understand stranded. I understand. Now, I'm not comparing apples to oranges here. And teaching, it's not just teaching. The guy was not doing any physical fighting. Wait, ha. Now the guy, he did a lot in his life. He he owned a school, and then he bought another school. You know, he did a lot of work on the building, like with like and getting everything together. They weren't just teaching; like they owned the building and all. But yes, it's not. I'm not comparing apples to oranges. But when people are doing a something, even if it's like boxing or something physical that could damage the body, it still would be, they just want to keep on going and doing what they do. And also, when somebody's like 90 something years old, it probably would be the guy, he couldn't even carry his own books to class. There's a lot of stuff he, he needs some assistance. I'm not comparing apples to oranges, you're right. But I'm just saying it's the same concept that people that they do something their whole life, they don't want to stop doing it. But I understand that it's not the same thing as physical fighting. But when you're that old with books and the class and all, in some other kind of way, he was it was a little bit. He probably should have retired from teaching for his own body, but he chose to keep on doing the teaching. But as I said, it's similar, more similar than you may think, but a little bit different. But I get what you mean. All right. All right, we're about to get into it. All right, about to see Spaceship Cat Friends. By the way, I want to show this real quick. This is my new hoodie. It's a Mario hoodie. All right, shout out to the Space Cats. All right, it kind of buffered for some reason, but I'm back. I was watching the thing and it went down, and now it's back up. All right, here we go. So All right. All right. Six Flags New Orleans. Six Flags New Orleans is an abandoned theme park located near the intersection of Interstate 10 and Interstate 510 in New Orleans. It first opened as Jazzland in 2000, and its leasing agreement was established with Six Flags in 2002. Following the previous operator's bankruptcy proceedings, Six Flags invested $20 million in upgrades, and park reopened as Six Flags New Orleans in 2003. Only 2003? I mean, I remember going there a lot. Following substantial damage caused by Hurricane Katrina in 2005, the park was closed to the public to make efforts to repair and reopen it. However, in 2006, Six Flags declared the property total loss and the park was permanently closed. The lease was terminated in 2009 during Six Flags bankruptcy proceedings. Six Flags salvaged several rides and relocated them to other parks. The Industrial Development Board, IDB, of New Orleans owns the property and oversees redevelopment plans. Following several failed proposals to redevelop the site, it remains abandoned and in poor condition. Videos and photos of the site have emerged over the years from thrill seekers and YouTubers. As a result of officials becoming more diligent in securing the park and banning tourists, tasking New Orleans Police Department with patrolling in the abandoned site and arresting trespassers. An option to demolish and clear the land was explored in 2019 following complaints from the residents, which is estimated to cost the city 1.3 million. So they have been, for many years, they've been talking about the putting the flat putting it back up. In 2023, plans were approved by the city for Bayou Phoenix to begin redeveloping the land. And I talked about this all the time. I just don't really know what this is exactly. I really would like it to be a amusement park, but anyway, Bayou Phoenix to begin redeveloping the land. In the meantime, the city continues to generate revenue from the property. Okay, so in 2023, plans were approved by the Baton Rouge, by the Bayou Phoenix, begin redeveloping the land. In the meantime, the city continues to generate revenue from the property by occasionally leasing the park to various production companies as a filming location. Probably costs more to fix everything. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. In November 2024, there were plans to demolish the former park after 19 years of abandonment. However, just days later, those plans were halted due to contractor issues. So when they're, and I talked about this in a video, then they go and halt tearing it down. Functioning amusement park period, 2000 to 2005. And I went there up to 2005, before Katrina. Right before it hit. Tom and Dane Windiger, Winning, Winninger, spent almost 10 years arranging a partnership that would open Jazzland. In 1995, the developers solicited a loan from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, initially for $15 million, to complete the park. The partners included Bros, and Chapin, located in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which withdrew 1997. In 1997, and O. Giddon Corporation, which sold its theme park division to Alpha Alpha for $148 million in March 2000. The park is built on a concrete deck, 1.2 meters thick. Right, Trans said contractor issues translates contractors didn't get paid. The park is built on a concrete deck, 1.2 meters thick. Jazzland 2000 to 2002. The park opened under the name Jazzland on May 20, 2000. Okay, so I did go to it when I was a kid. Like, I mean, I went when I was a kid, but it was a couple of years before Katrina. The crowd was estimated at 20 to 25,000 people, and 75 to 80,000 season passes had been sold. And I was one of those people. That's really cool. It's part of history. It was operated by Alpha Smart Parks, a Greek holding company that purchased Ogden Entertainment theme park division company, had since changed hands and now is known as Palace Entertainment, owned by Spanish company Pracu Riendidos. The original theme areas were Mardi Gras, Pontchartrain Beach, Cajun Country, Jazz Plaza, Kids Carnival, and the Good Time Gardens. The first season ran until October 29, with season passes available for $89.99 individual or $219.96 of four. You know what was really cool about this place? It got, on Halloween, they had all kinds of stuff. They had people walking around the park wearing monster costumes. When I was a kid, it scared me. But I liked it, but it was kind of scary to me. And also, they, had the people, and I thought it was cool and stuff. And these were like the first times I was getting a taste of Halloween. But I was kind of like, eh. And then I I liked it as the day went on and the years went on. I liked it. I started liking it more and more. And it would be kind of the evening time, and it would be like kind of an orangey look in the sky. I mean, the sun would look orange. It was like sunset, but kind of orange. And then what happened was there is this really cool scene where they had a carriage, a Victorian carriage that was black, and it had two coffins in it, and they had like these mannequins of these deleted people. It was like these zombies, and that was really cool. I'm like, that's pretty cool. And that was like my first taste of Halloween was at that park, and I remember I was saying to myself when I was older, I was gonna really enjoy it. I remember like I was, when I was really young, I kind of thought it was scary. Then I liked it as I got a little bit older. I said, when I'm older, I'm gonna really enjoy it at this park when it gets Halloween. But hey, I got a YouTube channel and I have fun Halloween with all of you and my other YouTube friends. So, you know, and many great days lie ahead in my life as time goes on. But yeah, sometimes life happens. Strand said that's a good price. And Strand said Six Flags was supposed to be the affordable Disneyland. I didn't know that. It was certainly a lot like Disneyland. It was a lot like Disneyland. Rides, yeah, and yeah, shout out to you, Stranded. Thanks. Rides included the Mega Zeph, a wooden roller coaster, which was able to survive the hurricane, and it was the whole park, including the roller coaster, were designed to handle the hurricane. The track built on a steel frame to prevent termite infestation and withstand hurricane force winds. The Mega Zeph was inspired by the old Zephyr roller coaster, but also the Zephyrs of a baseball team as well. I think they're connected with that. At the closed Pontchartrain Beach as amusement park, that was next to Lake Pontchartrain by the University of New Orleans. The intent was to rebuild the Zephyr, but it was a smaller roller coaster, so that the idea was scrapped in favor of the current putrid. I'm joking. There's no putrid. Current larger Mega Zeph. Other rides included a junior steel coaster called the Rex's Rail Runner, a Wild Mouse steel coaster, and a common steel shuttle looping the Vekoma Boomerang roller coaster called Zyeka Zyetico of Screams. The park had a log flume called Cypress Plunge and Splashwater Falls. The ride called Spillway Splash Out, in addition to the park, had common amusement park spinning rides and a carousel merry-go-round. The park was not profitable. As Alpha Smart Parks specialized in running water parks and smaller amusement park arcade centers, it attracted 1.1 million visitors for its first season, but that decreased to 560 to 580,000 the next season. Alpha filed for bankruptcy reorganization in February 2002, citing its benefit to the local economy. HUD loaned 25.3 million to build the park. After Alpha went bankrupt, the city of New Orleans became liable for the remainder of the loan. In 2001, the lease was put up for sale. On March 2002, Six Flags purchased it for 22 million. Although the park's name did not change that year, the New Orleans City Council approved the 75-year lease on August 2002 under the negotiated agreement. Repayment of the remaining 24.4 million loan from HUD was to be split between the park 1.4 million a year and the city 1 million per year. Strand said, "We got the King's Island here. I always liked the log ride. I don't like roller coasters, though." When I was a kid, I loved roller coasters. I've not been on one in years, but I liked roller coasters. And also, another thing that I did was I really enjoyed going to the city park. Has a little amusement park there, and I enjoyed it. It was very fun. And I enjoyed the Six Flags roller coaster too. I think I went to one in Florida, now that I remember. And also I went one, the one here. I went to something in Florida. Oh yeah, the log ride. Mary Toodles and we had a good time at the log ride. And basically what happened was with the log ride, we we would go in it. We would go in it and it would take a picture as you would splash into it. The water tasted so good, it was so fresh. And yeah, the log rides were very fun, and you would just go into the water. And the log rides over at this place, there's the log rides there, but it's frozen. Six Flags New Orleans, 2003 to 2005. Six Flags spent 20 million to upgrade the park and reopened it in April 2003 under the name Six Flags New Orleans. Six Flags added more shaded areas, many new flat spinning rides. The park was renamed Six Flags, and its playtime theme was adopted, which included the dancing old man, Mr. Six. They added a Bollinger and male Billard inverted coaster named the Batman Ride, a mirror version of the B and M Batman the Ride Coaster model and relocate it from the defunct Thriller Valley in Japan. A Vekoma multiple looping coaster, the Jester, relocated from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, a water park that would be included in the admission, like Six Flags parks such as Six Flags St. Louis and Six Flags America, for example, was in the planning stages in early 2005 and was going to be announced at the end of August. However, Hurricane Katrina was about to strike, and New Orleans put all those plans and continued operations to the park in question. The last day the park operated was Sunday, August 21, 2005, 8 days before Hurricane Katrina struck New Orleans. However, the the weekday operations had ended a couple of weeks earlier as schools start early in August in the New Orleans area, and in the mid-May the park was scheduled to reopen for the weekend on August 27 or 28. However, once Katrina was forecast late on Friday, August 26 to hit New Orleans directly, the week end reopening was canceled to prepare for the storm and begin evacuations. By the time the park closed in 2005, Six Flags had spent 44 million on the park upgrades. And also, one of the teachers I had, her father was on the Army Corps of Engineers, and he was saying that certain levees were having problems that need to be repaired. And basically, they never, they didn't do what he said, and the state didn't listen. And the history about what happened. And there's a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of corruption in the state, and they didn't have anybody come here to like tear it down or make something else. Or I understand Six Flags was having financial problems. They went bankrupt at one point. They recently merged with a different company, but it's still been going pretty strong, Six Flags, because they're in different locations now. But basically, with Six Flags, I mean, the city had things standing up for nearly 19 years. 19 years to Six Flags ride, but there's all kinds of other stuff that's just nothing out here. And in the histories, this is the slowest area to have recovered from Katrina. And in a way, it's kind of like being. I was thinking last night. It was being like the pirates from the days of old that we talked about Stranded, because a lot of the pirates, they came from these places that were, especially the modern day pirates, they came from these places that were having economic problems, or there is chaos in their areas. And it kind of reminds me of New Orleans in a way, the way the area is. It's kind of like a Wild West. And I think there's a lot of, you know, enchantment about it in a dark sense. And, like they say, hard times make strong people. Stranded said, wow, that's a lot of money. Too bad they weren't able to recover. And I'm thankful that Six Flags, although I would have liked them to, I wish that, although I'm Hurricane brought great things in my life. I got to spend time with family, and I got to be living in this spot. But I would have liked to have the Six Flags also. I'm thankful that they invested into the city, and I enjoyed every single minute at that park. That's where I found Ozarka water. That's where I, first learned about Ozarka water, and it was so good and nice. And I enjoyed eating there. I enjoyed every minute there. And anytime I think of an amusement park, I don't think of Disneyland. I think of Six Flags. So I'm glad they invested. It was not a waste because they did impact many lives, and it was a great place for many urban explorers to see later, and movies were made there. So it's a very unfortunate loss. I would have liked him to have come back, but I'm glad they did what they did. Now, some of the rides stranded were recovered. They didn't get all damaged. Some of the rides were intact. They didn't get flooded because the way they were like built up high. Some rides were brought back to Texas and other parts of the state. I mean, other parts of the country. There's Six Flags in different areas where they have some rides from the New Orleans one. Immediately after entering the main gate on the east side of the park, guests were directed to clockwise the main street square, formerly Jazz Plaza, Cajun Country, Pontchartrain Beach, DC Comics Superhero Adventures, park expansion added by Six Flags in 2003, Mardi Gras, Looney Tunes and Adventures, formerly Kids Carnival, Good Time Gardens. All right. This is the water park, and I was talking the other day that there is some stories, some urban explorers that I saw on the internet that they went to the gift shop at night, and it was like kind of flooded a little bit, and there was alligators in there, and also there's boars in the park, like it's kind of like a wild pig thing. Now I forgot about that lake thing they built there, so understanding there is a body of water already there, but there has been in the park, there's so many areas that have natural water bodies because of the hurricane. It's really crazy. All these years later, they have like these little tiny ponds in there. But that was from before the hurricane. Yeah, that is the Hola Latina. Good to see you. I'm reading through the article, which I didn't read yesterday to y'all, but I'm reading through it now. And I've been talking to Stranded about yesterday. But also with some additional information I didn't mention yesterday as well. All right, so this is the Zeph roller coaster. That's the superhero adventures. That's where they had the DC comics, like Superman and the different people like that, and the Joker and stuff, and Wonder Woman. And that's the Batman ride. And that's in Texas now. And that's the Jester. And that's it when it flooded. That's the whole park when it flooded. The log ride and the other roller coasters and stuff like that, unfortunately. Those canals in the distance overflowed. And I read that the park's pumps failed during the hurricane because of the mass amount of water. But I wonder after when they're pumping it all out the city if the pump drains were able to like drain it out the park in the long run. I know, right? Stranded. Wow. Yeah. Definitely. And that's a sign. Six Flags closed for storm. And that sign has been like that to this day. But the sign is completely faded out. It's white now. And this one is the SpongeBob ride. And I remember going there. And there's a little height gauge right out by the yellow area. And it would be green and red. And I was a tall height as a kid to go on those rides. At every ride they had that to make sure the kid was the right height. And I remember going in there, and it's kind of like an old west theme. I remember when I was going in there, and they had another area where they had an old west photo booth, where you would kind of like put like a old western outfit on or stand in something, and you would take like a old black and white picture from the old west and would use the old camera. And so it was designed kind of like the old west a little bit. And before that, it was a pirate ride and like a cannonball ride. And then they made it into the SpongeBob ride. And I remember they had this lion dude and some other animations. And if you see if you see Diddy trying to give you baby oil, raise your hands up and holler. Or some fire or something happens, that's what you do. And the lion was really cool, very informative when he was around. And also, that's obviously graffiti from Urban Explorers. At the same time, I'm glad they're able to document it, and that this was documented to this day. And basically, something else to show y'all, which I showed the group yesterday, is that you see, have a great day. That stranded is the water lines that were everywhere. To this day, there might be faint water lines in certain spots. Yeah, that's where the water line was. And then the famous brown and black mud water lines. Yep, those were everywhere. And that's some of the rust. All right. So now we talk about the Hurricane Katrina part. Hurricane Katrina. Because the park was located in low-lying swampland near Lake Pontchartrain, the park installed the drainage pipes to protect it from flooding. On the morning of August 29, 2005, just after sunrise, Hurricane Katrina made landfall in southeast Louisiana, resulting in 1,464 deaths and over 100 billion in damages. As many as 26,000 city residents took shelter in Louisiana Superdome, and over 80% of New Orleans was flooded. Strand said, I remember watching the floods on the news. It was very bad. Yes, they were very bad. And I saw my area in Google Maps, on Google Earth specifically. And Google Maps I thought was very, very cool because it would have like a little block that says Google Earth and the app will pop up. And where I used to live was the coastline, and down the street it was a little bit deeper. And as you go down and down that way, it gets deeper and deeper. Water from Lake Pontchartrain overflowed and overwhelmed the drainage system at Six Flags New Orleans. Okay, so water from Lake Pontchartrain overflowed and overwhelmed the drainage system at Six Flags New Orleans, which could not keep up with the water flow, flooding the theme park for the duration of Katrina. In the storm's aftermath, the park was left submerged 6 feet, 1.8 meters deep, taking over a month for the water to leave the park and leaving devastation in its wake. I've seen different numbers. Some say, I've heard 15. There's a video of the National Guards going to the park while it was flooded with their boat. They said it was 8 feet. But I mean, it looked like it was all the way up to almost like to the, not up to the top, but on the lower end of the roller coaster. Like really, like I'd say taller than a person, in my opinion. I know. Exactly, facts. This was 2 weeks after Katrina. Wow. So that's like when it was taken, 2 weeks. Yeah, that is way more than 8 feet. Wow, you could, because they were showing some videos of it for the National Guard, and it was way up at the top of the, what's it called? The roller coaster. You see right there. This will chat. Everything back up. Yeah, you could see right there. You know, it's all the way at the top of it. Yeah, that's way more than 8 feet. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you had some stuff that kind of floated in there. stuff completely submerged. Yeah, but the official account was that it was 15 feet. I say official account because I'd say it was more like 15 feet. Scared. 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 The park grounds. Right. The park grounds are located on low lying sections of eastern New Orleans with a 6-foot, 1.8-meter earthen flood berm running along the perimeter. Per perimeter. No, perimeter. Creating an artificial basin. As such, this area was heavily flooded in 2005 after Hurricane Katrina. After the park's drainage pumps failed during the storm, the beam retained the combination of rainwater and seawater overflow from Lake Pontchartrain caused by Katrina's massive storm surge, submerging the entire park grounds in corrosive, brackish floodwater to a depth of 4 to 7 feet for over a month. These people really are really downplaying how high the water was. Now, and this other part of it says 4 to 7 feet. Now maybe the water was receding and receding, and it dropped down to 4 or 7 feet, but it was much higher than that in the beginning. Now don't forget, chat. There's something called a storm surge that's way higher than. So there's a surge, then it like goes down. So it may have been even higher than what you see in the picture for a brief moment. For over a month, due to extensive water and wind damage sustained, the park was closed indefinitely without plans to reopen. All right, Stranded. Good night to you. Thank you for staying up and for being on the stream with us and looking at this with me. And Latina will be after I've done this article. I'll look at the Mike Tyson thing for a second, and then we'll go into the King Arthur. Again, we'll go into something else about King Arthur. Initial damage reports by Six Flags inspectors stated that the park buildings, the flat rides, except for one that was being serviced off the site at the time of the storm, and attractions were 80% destroyed by long-term saltwater immersion, and both wooden track and steel superstructure of the Mega Zeph were likely damaged beyond repair. The only large ride to escape the relatively unscathed was the Batman ride roller coaster due to its elevated station platform and corrosion-resistant support structure. On July 1, 2006, having announced that the park would be closed at least through 2007, with quotations, Six Flags announced that it had concluded its damage assessment and declared the park to be an effective total loss, with no desire or intent by the company to undertake the prohibitive cost of rebuilding, and was in negotiations with the city of New Orleans to make an early exit from the 75-year lease that Six Flags entered into the property in 2002. However, the mayor, Ray Nagin, said he planned to hold Six Flags to the lease agreement and force them to rebuild if held to the terms at the lease agreement. Six Flags would have been legally obligated to rebuild the park on the same site, but only to the extent of the insurance money Six Flags received. Determined the value of the assets the storm destroyed was $32.5 million as of September 2006. Had the collection of $11.5 million in insurance proceedings, bringing the insurance receivable balance to $24.4 million in January of 2007. Six Flags officials revealed to the New Orleans Times-Picayune that the company was suing its insurers for the remaining $17.5 million in coverage. The park had been one of the least profitable parks in Six Flags' portfolio. Though the park was located in New Orleans East near some of the area's more affluent neighborhoods, the park was originally budgeted to bring tourists from the city's downtown attractions to supplement the city's relatively smaller population base. New Orleans had been experiencing a declining population before Hurricane Katrina. However, near the time that the storm struck, Six Flags had already begun closing some of its smaller, less profitable parks. Across the country, Hurricane Katrina cemented the New Orleans park as another part of Six Flags' portfolio, which would eventually close permanently. On December 15, 2006, Six Flags confirmed that it was removing Batman the ride for refurbishment and relocate it to a new park considered the only salvageable ride. Batman the ride was reassembled at Six Flags Fiesta Texas in San Antonio, opened under the new name Goliath on April 18, 2008. In addition, Batman Ride Six Flags removed shade coverings, ride parts, lightings, security cameras, and planting structures. and various other salvageable items. Besides Batman, other rides were later removed from the park. Bayou Blaster and Sonic Slam were removed in 2008 and taken to Great Escape in Queensbury, New York, where the ride was refurbished and reopened under the name Sasquatch on May 10, 2009. The Roadrunner Express was removed in 2009 and taken to Six Flags Magic Mountain in Valencia, California, where it was refurbished and reopened in 2011 under the same name. As late fall of 2009, the Six Flags website said the company was still in the process of settling claims with its insurers due to the substantial damage caused by Hurricane Katrina, adding to that the park would remain closed. The statement ended with, "We know that it's still a difficult time for the residents of New Orleans, and we remain committed to working with the city to support the recovery efforts." All right, so we'll be continuing through this, and then after this article, we'll get into the other stuff. Southern Star Amusement 2008 to 2011. In April 2008, Southern Star Amusement Inc. proposed to take over the site lease from the then owner Six Flags, promising to expand the park to over 60 rides, more than double its pre Katrina size, complete a water park that Six Flags had been planning, and add an RV park. Southern Star Amusement Inc. pledged to open the park as Legend City Adventure Park with 60 rides in place, including a new water park, by summer of 2009. And the city, if the city approved of the lease takeover with the campground to follow. One issue concerning the rebuilding was Six Flags. All right, Latina. It's noted. She will know that you told her something. All right. Southern Amusement Park pledged to open the park at Legend City Adventure Park with 60 rides in place, including a new water park by summer of 2009. If the city approved the lease takeover with the campground to follow. One issue concerning the rebuilding was Six Flags' continued removal of infrastructure from the park. In a quarterly conference call, Six Flags discussed the plans to remove S&S towers by 2009, with more ride removals to follow. Items from the existing Jazzland rides, such as the Mega Zephs trains, spillway splashouts, boats, were sent to other parks. On September 27, 2008, Southern Star stated on its website that it would no longer be trying to revive Six Flags New Orleans. Now, this is a dude skateboarding with his Bob Marley type hat over the alligator. Wow, that's something. I know the hat has a name. I just don't know what the name is. And that was in 2011. In February 2009, Southern Star was taking another look at the park and considering a takeover bid with the city of New Orleans. Southern Star planned to scale down efforts with intentions only to reopen the park with a water park added to the existing Midway area. The idea was to reopen and build an incriminality and build incrementally, saving about 50 million in improvements for the next few years. Given the poor economic situation then, this plan, yeah, around like that was close to the time the crash in '08, and this is '09. This plan seemed to be the only way to save the park. The basic idea was to use investors and go zone bonds to raise the 35 to 40 million needed to reopen the park, with basic improvements required to make a real recovery and profit. Hola, Senor DJ, and he says for Latina to get it together with a thumbs up. I didn't. She must have. I was wondering, and then she late replies. So yeah, facts, DJ. Hola to you, sir, Senor. Southern Star's CEO Danny R. Rogers asks Six Flags to stop all removal actions of the equipment from the park, as the equipment question belongs to the city of New Orleans and not Six Flags. Six Flags also requested the return of other equipment taken from the park. On August 18, 2009, it was announced that the land would be redeveloped into a Nickelodeon Universe theme water park. I want to just see what that looks like for a second. Actually, looks pretty cool. And it still would have SpongeBob there. Shout out to all of you watching and listening. I really appreciate all of you. So on August 18, 2009, it was announced that the land would be redeveloped into a Nickelodeon Universe themed water park. On September 18, 2009, New Orleans fined Six Flags $3 million and ordered the company to vacate its lease with the park. On June 13, 2009, Six Flags filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The city of New Orleans took ownership of the park shortly after, so New Orleans took ownership of the park. That's who owns it now. A bunch of goofs, goofy city, in my opinion. And 19 years, nearly 19 years after the hurricane, nothing. And Stranded was telling me what means with complications with contractors, with the construction workers, is that they were not being paid right. So you see, so that the state's supposed to pay the money, but they didn't pay them anything. It's just lack of communication leads to catastrophe. As of early 2010, the site was overgrown with debris and weeds. Removal of the debris and underbrush had begun. As of April 11, 2010, the site was still shut down with no clear future since the city of New Orleans owned the property by this time, and the plans for Nickelodeon branded theme park fell through 3 months after bonds failed to come through. On January 21, 2011, Southern Star went public with its third redevelopment plans for the park, posting a link on their company website. On January 26, 2011, Southern Star posted a letter of the intent for the park on its website. The the redevelopment plans gave a brief history of the property, pre and post Katrina conditions, photos, development and concept photos, written descriptions of each phase of the redevelopment procedure and business projects for when it opens. Phase 1, Southern Star planned to restore what is left of the park and expand it by adding more rides and reverting the park to its original Louisiana theme. The park would be revamped with reflect Louisiana's history and heritage, with one of the proposed sections paying tribute to the now defunct Pontchartrain Beach, which closed in 1983. Phase 2, entitled adding a water park and future expansion phase, including adding a youth sports complex. Youth sports complex on the site, hotel, restore, and movie studio backlot that would be cater to the needs of various production companies filming in New Orleans area. Plans also included developing an entertainment and shopping district within the park. These plans entitled utilizing a 224-acre 91 HA of the site, to which only 100 acres of 40 HA were to be developed and occupied by the remains of the Six Flags New Orleans Park. The letter of the intent from Southern Star set out a lease agreement between the city and the company, stating Southern Star's proposed lease terms and its intent to utilize and restore the area. The company would enter a 75-year lease and take on the property in its current condition. Southern Star planned to take possession of the property before the lease was established to provide preliminary security and repair cleanups services, and the lease would not have taken effect until the Southern Star had taken possession of the property, started the cleanup process, and provided proof of funding to the city. After the city had 15 days to execute its agreement, any improvements made would belong to the company, and the lease would end in 2018. The plans never came to fruition, however. Jazzland Outlet Mall 2011 to 2014. In August 2011, the city of New Orleans called for proposals for redevelopment ideas for the site. 8 entrepreneurs stepped forward to suggest turning the property into a power plant, cringe, a theme park, or even a outlet mall. Interesting. On November 29, 2011, New Orleans chose two proposed projects, an outlet mall and a green theme park. On February 6, 2012, it was reported that the section committee rejected the plan for the site of Six Flags New Orleans to become a theme park, leaving the upscale outlet mall as the only proposal being considered by the committee. Despite the committee's actions, one of the original 8 entrepreneurs continued to try to get public support for their Jazzland Park proposal, which includes the addition of a water park and movie studio backup. As I said, it's kind of like a Titanic. That's what the place kind of reminds me of. And I just think it's interesting, out of every single thing that tried to happen, it just nothing like worked. On March 6, 2012, New Orleans gave the green light to build Jazzland Outlet Mall to the Provident Realty Advisors and DAG Development. The proposal was for a 400,000 square feet, 37, we don't need to know all that, upscale outlet mall and entertainment boardwalk, the former theme park site costing 40 million for a part of a phase one, using some of the existing rides from the theme park. Construction would have taken between 3 to 4 years. During the planned period of due diligence and pre-construction, in March 2013, the development plans were abruptly called off. The developer cited competition from the planned expansion of the Riverwalk Marketplace to include an outlet of the mall, making Jazzland an outlet mall concept unviable. However, as the summer of 2013, prominent reality advisors DAG Development has been back at negotiating table with the city to come up with a new idea for the park. They will have to present a development plan to the Industrial Development Board, IDB, in October 2013, according to a contract. IDB will accept or reject the proposal once presented. The agreement also states that the construction of an outlet mall is to proceed, but it does not explicitly prohibit allowing the developers to put something else there. In 2011, Killer Joe was filmed in the park, featuring the wooden coaster of Mega Zeph. Stolen was also filmed at the park that year. Stolen used the Main Street Square section double quarter. Additionally, a burning car was driven into the lagoon, and the Ophium Theater was used as the home for the film's villains. The Industrial Development Board agreed to let the 20th Century Fox film the 2013 film Percy Jackson's Sea of Monsters in the theme park during the summer of 2012 through August. Mega Zeph, Ozarka Splash, and the Big Easy are three rides that have been shot for the film, along with five other rides that the production crew had brought into the park since the original rides were rendered in operational. To shoot for the film before the shooting at the park for 5 weeks, the production crew took 2 weeks to restore the Directolit Park to need condition by installing lighting and covering up graffiti on the building. The park portrays the fictional Cirque land, the island of Polyphemus, that was built by the goddess Cirque, which that's where the word circle comes from. It comes from her. It's spelled Circe. Circe is an enchantress and a minor goddess in ancient Greek mythology and religion. Most accounts, Circe is described as a daughter of the sun god Helios, Oceanid nymph. Circe was renowned for her vast knowledge of potions and herbs through use of these and others. During the summer of 2013, portions of the park were filmed for the movie Dawn of the Planet of the Apes until mid-August. The park was also used to film portions of the movie Jurassic World in 2014. Jurassic World used the parking lot as a location for Jurassic World Park. Deepwater Horizon built its oil rig set in the parking lot. Latina, I see the message you sent me, and we will definitely look into it. Thank you. We'll look at it a little bit. Also, we'll do the scary stories for you too, and everybody else. In 2016, video game Mafia 3 is set in a fictional version of New Orleans. The abandoned amusement park in the game features partially flooded site, a similar entranceway, and a roller coaster that strangely resembles the Mega Zeph. I gotta see this. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. In 2019, the rapper NF used parts of the park for his music video, Leave Me Alone. Also in 2009, parts of the park were used in the movie Synchronic, starring Anthony Mackie. Synchronic, like synchronicity. In 2019, the park was subject to the Bright Sun Films documentary Closed for the Storm. The documentary features visuals of the park in its current state and interviews with past employees, fans, and developers interested in rebuilding the property. They forgot to contact the aliens in space for this documentary, and that's cringe. It received a wide release in July 2021. Dream Landing Festival Park 2016 and 2018. In 2016, a group that included the former head of the Southern Star came through to form Dream Landing Festival Park to buy and rebuild this park pending the city council mayoral approved. According to their website, the group was ready to spend over 100 million to reopen the park, with construction scheduling to begin in the summer of 2018, a stated opening date of 2019, and more coasters ready in 2020. At the same time, the water park would open in spring of 2019. A festival park and an RV site were also used in their plans as they waited for the city's approval to purchase the park. In 2018, the Dream Landing Festival Park website released the following statement, quote, "It's very hard to walk away from all the time and effort we have put into New Orleans, but the truth is the old Jazzland Six Flags Park now reached a point of no return. On our last inspection, after the further review, we find that the rides that were savable as well as a majority of the buildings are no longer economically viable or salvageable. Economically viable to salvage. You know, I don't know why these people couldn't have just gotten the rides and made some sort of New Orleans park out of it or something. Like, or kept them in good condition. I don't know. You see how cringe this stuff is? Like, Jazzland Paideia Company 2011 to 2021. In 2011, 8 groups, including the Paideia Company, responded to an RFP issued by the mayor's office. Paideia proposed reopening the park as Jazzland, the park named until 2002. The company was not selected during the first RFP. A second RFP was issued in January 2014. Jazzland submitted the only proposal. The plans included newly designed theme park for the Jazzland submitted. The only proposal. The plans included newly designed themes for the park, a new Baritone Beach water park, Sportsman Paradise Resort Hotel, and mixed-issue retail dining entertainment area. A few rides would be rebuilt, but most would be new. A Sportsman Paradise section would include the existing Jester coaster, and the beach would include Mega Zeph. Ozarka Splash would be rebuilt as a sugar flume, using the state's sugarcane industry for its theme. In February 2017, the company submitted the purchase offer for the property. In May 2017, the IDB voted to turn over the decision-making power of the mayor's office in June 2018. The IDB renewed the cooperative agreement with the new mayor, keeping the decision power in the mayor's office. Jazzland maintains interest in purchasing the property. That's a picture of it, and those that are like listening, it's a blank white square, and then below it says closed for storm. The Six Flags sign completely faded out. Bayou Phoenix 2021, the present. In October 2021, New Orleans Mayor Latoya Cantrell announced Bayou Phoenix as the partner chosen to redevelop the site on November 10, 2022. The redevelopment plans were announced to be on life support. It could be dead soon, as no lease agreement has been reached. On March 7, 2023, an agreement was finally reached to redevelop the park. On October on August 2015, on August 15, the 2023, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority approved the Bayou Phoenix development proposal to move the next phase. An article by Axios, the park redevelopment will be forwarded in October 2023. The lease was signed in August of 2024, and its announcement that the beginning in September 6, Six Flags New Orleans will be demolished after 19 years, and the construction on the new development will begin shortly after. Demolition started in November 2024 by Smoot Construction, but was later put on hold due to contractor license issues. Some of the rides, the Sonic ride, seen from the amusement park. All right, it's been complete. All right, so let's talk about. I'll look up the Tyson updates really quick, and then I'll get into the article from Latina after that. Then after I get into this is how it's gonna work. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say shout out to the Spaceship Cats, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to go and look up the Tyson poll, anything I could read up about it, and basically I'm going to then look up, read the alien article she sent me. Then after that, we'll do the scary stories. Then some stuff about King Arthur. Then that'll be it. He beat Mike Tyson. And hello there, people in chat. Hello, welcome. All right. And also, what happened? I remember watching on YouTube. And shout out to all of you in chat. And also, something that I was seeing on YouTube is that Netflix crashed and they had streaming problems. And basically, what happened was, people were having problems trying to see what was going on. So basically, with Netflix, there were probably a large influx of people that were trying to go and take out the we're not trying to take out people that were trying to watch the stream, and then it went out. But so people are having problems seeing it, and it says right here that Jake Paul asserts his boxing dominance. So basically, what happened was Jake Paul has won against Mike Tyson. It says right here. But as I said, in my opinion, I think if Jake Paul really was the winner, he would, he's fighting a 60-year-old, it's a 60-year-old, man he's fighting. And basically what happened was they would go and he should fight, he wouldn't be fighting Mike Tyson when he was his age, when he was his age of his prime. And basically what happened, in this situation you have is that he's much older than Jake Paul. I'm not saying Jake Paul is good at boxing or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's like if Mike Tyson was much younger, it would be much different. Perhaps it'd be much different. And like what Strana was saying earlier, he should probably retire and do his own thing and not be boxing anymore, he thinks. And also, basically, you have this situation. So that, in my, just sums up the boxing situation with Jake Paul and stuff like that. And is Jake Paul a human? Yes or no? So Jake Paul, I'm not really too sure if he's a human. I don't know. He definitely seems like an earthling, seeing how goofy he can be. And basically what happened was I think that he may be from space, he seems. He may not really seem like a human. But I think that certainly he acts like a goofy Earthling, though, so it's kind of hard to say. Jake Paul very well may be AI. All right, and has something else here. Okay, so Mike Tyson is an alien. Yeah, he might be an alien too. All right, and also welcome to the people that are here, but we got to tone it down in the chat and not do any kind of spam or anything. I would really appreciate it, okay? So everybody just calm down and participate in the conversation if you'd like. It's all good. All right? And here we go with the getting the Latina link together. Okay, let's see something here. All right, and I'm going here. Here first. Okay, so seeing what this says right here from her. All right, this article from Latina, and we're going to be going here. All right. Okay, so are we in the window right here? Okay. Okay. All right, everybody. We'll be reading about an article from our friend Latina. And here we go. It's going down the list. And you think I'm a gray alien? I, you know, I might be related to the gray aliens. I might have some of that in my ancestry. But, and basically, I might be part AI too. You never know. And also, basically, I'm also related to Saturn, to that planet. I have ancestry from there is mostly. But my main planet is Planet 10, Planet 9. And also, so that's the answer. So I am related to the Greys, but not directly. The Earth is flat, and I got the jab 20 times. Well, I'm glad that you got the jab 20 times. I'm sure that, you know, that was good for you. I got 40 jabs. So I want to be extra safe because I'm an AI alien. And also, Saturn is very cold. And sometimes the AI holograms will flicker on and off a little bit. But that's where you have a lot of, you know, different. There's temples and things over there, and all kinds of magical stuff and symbolism in that region. So yeah, it's a cold planet, kind of dusty, sometimes with the sand, and also there's these sort of like yellowish red lakes. And basically, so that is kind of describing it, and there's all kinds of buildings and stuff. And with Saturn, there's a symbolism behind it where they have people where, you know, they go. Some of the conspiracy theories with the occultism originates from Saturn, like the crown. The crown was represented like the ring of Saturn. Right. Is from Saturn. Well, I didn't know it was from Saturn. It's news to me. It's been a while since I've been there. I didn't know they were into that. Cast limit. I'm a diehard jabber. Yes. One of my alien colleagues got 100, and I'm jealous. He even walks around and starts to embellish. And right now, I will go and read this article really quick and continue. Okay. All right, come on. I am. That is very true. All right, so on the heels of yesterday's congressional hearing on UFOs, the Pentagon has released its. Close out one of these windows. On the heels of yesterday's congressional hearing on February on UFOs, the Pentagon has released its annual report on the Department of Defense's UAP study group, wherein they once again stressed that they have found no signs of alien explanation for the phenomena. Of the phenomenon issued by the DoD's All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. The 16-page paper indicated that the group collected a whopping 757 cases from May 1, 2023 to June 1st, 2024 of those reports. 485 occurred during that time frame, while in addition, 272 happened between 2021 and 2022. And basically, what happened was, I think in this situation, there's a lot of UFO sightings that happen and occur, and people can constantly see these things for thousands of years, like with the pyramids and stuff we were talking about earlier. And I think that we have many different situations where the UFO and alien technology was sometimes frowned upon. And basically, what happened was, now it's being taken more seriously. In the past, people didn't really take it completely seriously, but now they do. I'm glad that they take it more seriously now. And you say, what about what I think of RFK? That's a very good question. Basically so basically with RFK, I I think that it's good that Trump has him in his cabinet, and he, which I think it's called a cabinet. Y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's good that he is, in the administration doing with the food and stuff like that. I think that RFK has many good points about things, and at the same time, I would vote for the Orange Man as president if those were two options. But I still think that the Democrats have gone very far away from the party of JFK, and RFK they've completely pushed away. So that is what I think that they basically did. I think he's pretty cool. I don't know if I agree with every single thing he says, but I think he's pretty cool, and I'm glad that him and Trump made peace and that they're together in that situation. And I see what you're saying, Latina. I see what you're saying. I'll think of something to say and say it in one of the voices. And let's see. Space is square. I got a space pair. Super chats are up in the air. Over by Blair. I really, in effect, just don't care. Alien secrets I might share. Right. And I think that, things were different in the past. And as time went on, they seem to be doing things similar to what they did during the time of slavery, in my opinion, where they might want to use, which I think, people could come here legally, and there's been dispute about this, but they seem to be doing things similar to what they did back in that time period, and they seem to be putting all these other countries' interests over the interests of the American people for money and profits. So I think that a lot of people have been brainwashed by the media in a very dangerous way, and I'm glad that a lot of them have acknowledged that. And also, do I like Elon? We all know that raising the left hand is a sign of being AI, Jeff. But here's the right hand. That is a sign that I'm not AI. But I might be part AI. So here's the right hand. Okay, so Doll Snatch says, do you like Elon? Okay, so I like Elon. Yeah, absolutely. I think through an entrepreneurial perspective, like he has a lot of good speeches about, not giving up and keep going, and talking about how he kept when he was making PayPal and he was making Tesla, well, not making Tesla, but he was working at Tesla, but really with his rocket, he had so many failures, but he just kept on trying and trying and trying. And you also see with YouTube, you just keep on trying and being persistent and being consistent with your content, and it makes way with that. So yeah, I think that I like him a lot, and I like seeing his path from going to the liberal side to this other side, which is our side. And I think that everything has changed dramatically in the sense that people realize that for everybody, like skin color, whatever, doesn't matter, class doesn't matter. It's all about being American, and it's good to see Elon and Trump, these different people come together, these outsiders, those that may not follow the rules, and the rebels. That is important to me, and I think that it's important value. So I love Elon Musk. He's great. I think he's very funny, and I like to see what he has to say. But you know, see, the other side just divides everybody. So yes, I like Elon. And John says, I've seen some great early docs on Elon when he risked it all. Yeah, because if there's no risk, there's no reward. And like with Steve Jobs, I think that that one, he passed away in 2011. I like things he said, and he asked himself if it's the last day of his life, would he do the thing that he's about to do? And basically, they had that attitude, the same attitude Elon Musk had. He just was going to, this is it. What is he going to do? And he went and did a great thing. There's no risk, no reward. And like I was on different streams and different stuff. I met different people, and over time, I'm not a big YouTube channel, but over time I went and over time I kept on going and pursuing, and I didn't even think I would be a streamer. That wasn't my plan to be here talking to all of you. It just had happened that way. The the dots connected in the future. So yeah, those are my thoughts on Elon Musk. Very cool. Yeah, and Uncle Dolph in South America. Yeah, I know about that very well in Argentina. Yes, I've heard about those conspiracies about him down there. So a lot of the people from Germany during that time period, they went down to South America after when the war was when they had defeat. A lot of them went to Argentina. Yeah. Now I've heard, I've read things about him, and Dolph was very sick, and he had Parkinson's. He may have been schizophrenic, allegedly. So I don't know if he would have really lived that long. So he probably just went down with it. I don't know if I don't think he was healthy enough to go, but you never know. It's very possible. There seems to be some interesting information about that. There's different conflicting opinions. I mean, there is something I read that he allegedly was fighting against the Soviets when they were coming in, but as I said, that's what was told to those people at that time. But there's all kinds of interesting rabbit holes that go down about what happened to those people in that time period. Oh yeah, I think that they're edgy AI. Right, you see, the CIA had these different things about the Austrian painter that he would be able to disguise himself pretty well because the way he had his mustache. If he shaved his mustache, you wouldn't be able to tell. If he did something different with his hair, you wouldn't be able to tell. Like, for instance, Lenin was very distinctive because of his goatee and his bald head. So in the same way, they had these unique, distinctive themes about their facial hair and stuff. So that was, basically about Hitler and, the different conspiracies about it. Scared. That's one of the funny voices I do. And also I could do this. The sound of a space pigeon. Yeah. See, because yeah, she knows about all the voices. See, that's kind of like a Trump type voice. All the voices I do in China. $1 billion. Yeah, shout out to him. I was watching one of the Mike Tyson matches he did, and I thought I was hearing Trump in the background, and lo and behold, I saw on the boxing ring area, it said, his name, Trump. So I could recognize that guy's voice out of a million people. Like, he has a very unique, distinctive voice. And also, we'll be continuing to read about this article from Latina. Shout out to all of you being here in interesting conversation with all you new people. Shout out to you. And basically, can I play some of my music? That's a very good question. So, basically, about the music, Snatch, is that in the earlier streams, like I think from like last year, in 2023. Thank you. So in 2023, I did play a soundtrack like while I did the stream. The thing though is something interesting. What I would notice when I would get these copyright claims when I would play my music in the streams. So what happened is it was my music I created, but the AI for the streams thought it detected music from some other person, and like in Russia or Timbuktu somewhere. So the people were like blocking it in different countries, but it was it's my music. But so it says I would do it, but it just thinks it's some other person's music, but it isn't. And I went and checked the alleged soundtrack that it was copied from, but it doesn't sound anything like it. So YouTube AI has a mind of its own, but they're on the channel. Obviously, y'all would know to you can look at it there. But so I don't play the music that I created myself on the stream because YouTube AI, has a super chat overdose or something, and it's being crusty. So that's the thing about that. But I remember, sometimes, I would do it and it would, be pretty cool. But basically in the streams, I just talk about these different articles and things myself. Therefore, it's all my stuff. Now, I remember during the Titan submersible incident, we covered that, and it was a favorite of all the live streams I've done. It's one of the favorites by many of the regulars. I remember we were all roasting Stockton Rush, and there's these different people I reacted to, and that was fun. I enjoyed that. There's no issues with that. And like guys, it's like you take a tin can, and you get a cheap gaming controller from the inside of Uranus, and you go down, and the thing implodes. And the thing was allegedly cracking like horrid slapping. And Stockton Rush ignored all the tapping. He didn't want to realize what was actually happening. All right, Davy Jones. I like that name, Davy Jones, because of the pirate, and also because of the singer I'm not really familiar with. But, I got to know you. I got to know you all better. All right. So we'll definitely have that arranged. And basically, I think that also, Davy Jones that's a good Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Make you a mod or else you can't simp in peace. All right. Now, basically, we'll do that, Adriana. We'll do that. I'm going to get through this, and we'll do that. All right. So, You're welcome, Doll Snatch. You're welcome. It's nice meeting you. And shout out to all you new people. It was nice talking to y'all. If anybody's leaving, I really appreciate it. All right, John. All right. Thank you all. As for their assessment of the new report, AARO wrote that 118 sightings have been resolved with the UFOs in question. One thing I'll say is that, thank you. There are some people, some of my friends I have from different streams that may be a little bit different from us politically. That some of my friends that are very cool people, chill people like me, but they may have some people you might encounter in the future that may be slightly politically different. They're not bad people or anything. They just were misinformed. So if you see people with like a different opinion, don't block those people that I say they're my friends, but like the goofy, uh, the other people that would try to harm the chat, y'all would get rid of those people. But like some people, my friends that are just a little bit different, we could have a civilized conversation that I would conduct about it. But yeah, just some. So I have a broad variety of different people on the political spectrum, right? And let's see. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Selmont. Thank you. And a cool picture. I like the fedora. Y'all are cool people. All right. And as for the assessment of the new reports, AARO wrote that 1118 of the sightings had been resolved with the UFOs in question being found to be pro-psych objections such as drones, balloons, or birds. Another 174 cases with similar explanations are also set to be closed soon pending the final review and director's approval. The office cited insufficient data as the explanation for why many of the remaining cases have gone unresolved in a bog, in the mind of mental fog of AI. Noting that those they received for the FAA were placed in the active archive where they will be held for pattern of life and the trend analysts, and possibly revisited in the future if new information comes to light. Perhaps hoping to dispel the idea that the UFOs could be dangerous, AARO stressed that none of the 757 cases suggested that the observers suffered any adverse health effects from their experience. They also revealed that the U.S. military air crews provided two reports to identify. That's kind of like RFK voice. Identify the flight safety concerns. And three reports described the pilots being trailed or shadowed by UAPs, which similarly seemed to suggest that the phenomenon is largely benign, appetite still quite mysterious as its origins. To the end of AARO wrote that they have no indication or confirmation that these activities are attributable to foreign advertise adver adversaries. In stark contrast to the recent congressional hearing, wherein witnesses put forth the possibility that the UFOs may be otherworldly, the reports included somewhat disparaging caveat that it's important to underscore that the date AARO has discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings activity or technology. The considerable difference between Wednesday's discussion in the House and what the Pentagon released on Thursday, along with the rather peculiar timing of the reports, will undoubtedly be seen by many as further proof of there are concerted efforts for the truth about the phenomenon secret and public. All right. Okay, Latina. Thank you for that, Latina. Very cool. All right. So let's get into some of the stories. All right. Let's go to some spooky stuff for Latina and everybody else that's here. Ah, this is a good one. All right, this is the dead internet theory, and when we look at some of these spooky legends, and then we'll go into King Arthur again, Latina. All right, so now we're going to be doing the spooky stories. The dead internet theory is an online conspiracy theory that asserts that due to the coordinated and intentional effort, the internet now consists mainly of bot activity and automatically generated content manipulated by algorithmic curation to control the population and minimize the organic human activity. Proponents of the theory believed these social bots were created intentionally to help manipulate the algorithm and boost search results in order to manipulate customers. Some proponents of the theory accuse the government agencies of using bots to manipulate public perception. The date for the death is generally around 2016. It's 2017. The dead internet theory has gained traction because many of the observed phenomena are qualifiable, such as increased bot traffic, but the literature on the subject does not support the full theory. You're welcome, Latina. And thank you, Latina, for the guests you brought here. Thank you. Origins and spread. The dead internet theory exact origin is difficult to pinpoint. In 2021, a post titled Dead Internet Theory, Most of the Internet is Fake, was published onto the forum Agora Roads Macintosh Cafe esoteric board by a user named Illuminati Pirate, claiming to be building a previous post from the same board in Wizard Chan. I don't. So it's kind of like 4chan, but Wizard Chan. That must be some part of it. And an image board is a type of internet forum that focuses on posting of images, often alongside text and discussion. The first image boards were created in Japan as an extension of the text board concept, these sites later inspired the creation of a number of English language image boards. In marking the terms spread beyond initial image boards, the conspiracy theory has entered public culture through widespread coverage and has been discussed on various high profile YouTube channels. It gained more mainstream attention in the article in The Atlantic titled, "Maybe You Missed It, but the Internet Died 5 years ago." This article has been widely cited, other articles on the topic. For instance, Latina in chat, and those that seen the rerun or listening, you'll have a situation where you go and have Google's results. It'll give thousands of results, maybe a million results. But you go to the final page and it was only like a few hundred results. So the part of this theory is that the results you see that Google says it has doesn't really exist. And like it's smoke and mirrors. And there's this, I'll have to look up the term because it keeps slipping my memory. But there's a time where one of the Tsarina of Russia, there's this town or this village where it was completely messed up, like the Six Flags area. And basically you went and they put up these fake houses everywhere and these fake buildings built with wood, like an amusement park. So it was to give the illusion to the person that was coming in, a royal person coming in, that the area was doing great. Similar to maybe like what North Korea may do. I have to look up the term. Potemkin Village. Alright. In politics and economics, I may be pronouncing it wrong, a Potemkin Village, Potemkin, is a construction, literal figurative, whose purpose is to provide an external facade to a situation to make people believe that the situation is better than it actually is. The term comes from the stories of a fake portable village built by Grigory Potemkin, a field marshal and former lover of Empress Catherine II, solely to impress the Empress during her journey to Crimea in 1787. So it was kind of the other way around. Modern histories agree that the accounts of this portable village are exaggerated. The original story was that Potemkin erected phony portable settlements along the banks of the Dnieper River in order to impress the Russian Empress and foreign guests. The structure would be disassembled after it passed and reassembled farther along the route to be seen again. So I got it a bit mixed up and it was backwards. So it was actually over in Ukraine, and in Russia, the Empress of Russia came to visit, and they built a stupid city. Like they have like a messed up city, but they make it look better than what it looks. So that is a theory about the internet. That a lot of the stuff that's on it doesn't really exist. It's just there to make it look like it does. And the internet may have a mind of its own, also, which is very, could put us in jeopardy. But by the grace of God, we are going to be all right. All right, claims. The dead internet theory has two main components that organic human activity on the web has been displaced by bots and algorithmically curated search results, and that state actors are doing this in coordinated effort to manipulate the human population. The first part of this theory, that bots create much of the content in the internet and perhaps contribute more to that than organic human content, has been a concern for a while, with the original post by Illuminati Pirate citing that the article, how much of the internet is fake, turns out a lot of it actually. New York Magazine. The dead internet theory goes on to include that Google and other search engines are censoring the web by filtering content that is not desirable, by limiting what is results available to a user do not reflect that. This problem is exacerbated by the phenomenon known as link rot, which is caused when content at a website becomes unavailable and all links to it on other sites break. This has led to the theory that Google is a Potsmakin village, just like what I just said, and the searchable web is much smaller than we are actually led to believe. The dead internet theory suggests this is part of a conspiracy to limit users to curate and potentially artificial content online. And that's very scary, how these big corporations and stuff are trying to tell us how the internet's going to work. And it's, the internet also coming up with a mind of its own and doing its own thing. The second half of the dead internet theory builds on this observable phenomenon by proposing that the U.S. government, corporations, or other actors are intentionally limiting users to curate and potentially artificial AI-generated content to manipulate the human population for a variety of reasons. In the original post, the idea that the bots have displaced human content is described as the setup, with thesis of the theory itself focusing on the United States government being responsible for this, stating the U.S. government is engaging in an artificial intelligence powered gaslight of the entire world population. Carolina Busta, founder of the media platform New Models, was quoted in the article in The Atlantic calling much of the dead internet theory a paranoid fantasy, even if there are no legitimate criticisms involving the bot traffic and integrity of the internet. But she said she does agree with the overreaching idea. In the article, the New Atlantis Robert Mariani called the theory a mix between a genuine conspiracy theory and a creepypasta. The dead internet theory is sometimes used to refer to observable increase in the content generated via large language models, such as ChatGPT, appearing in popular internet spaces without mention of the full theory. Evidence. Large language models. Generative pre-trained transformers, GPTs, are a class of large language models, LLMs, that employ artificial neural networks to produce human-like content. The first of these to be well known was developed by OpenAI. These models have created significant controversy. For example, Timothy Showup of the Copenhagen Institute for Future future studies said in 2022, in a scenario where GPT-3 gets loose, the internet would be completely unrecognizable. He predicted that in such scenario, 99% to 99.99% of the content online might be AI generated by 2025 to 2030. These predictions have been used as evidence for the dead internet theory. In 2024, the Google reported that its search results were being inundated with the websites that feel like they were created for search engines instead of people. In correspondence with Gizmodo, a spokesperson acknowledged the role of generative AI in the rapid proliferation, such as content that it could be displaced. More viable human-made alternatives, bots using the LLMs, are anticipated to increase the amount of spam and run the risk of creating a situation where bots interacting with each other create a self-replicating promotes that results in loops only human users could disrupt. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot whose late 2022 release to the general public led journalists to call the dead internet theory potentially more realistic than before. Before ChatGPT released, the dead internet theory mostly emphasized the government organizations, corporations, and tech literate individuals. ChatGPT gives the average internet user access to large language models. This technology caused concern that the internet would become filled with content created through the use of AI that would drown organic human content. In 2016, Imperva Bot Traffic Report. In 2016, the security film Imperva released a report on bot traffic and found that bots were responsible for 52% of the web traffic. This report has been used as evidence in reports on the dead internet theory. In 2024, AI-generated images on Facebook, referred to AI Sloop, began going viral. Subjects of these AI-generated images include various iterations of Jesus meshed in various forms, with shrimp, flight attendants, and black children next to artwork they supposedly created. Many of those said iterations have hundreds or even thousands of AI comments that say amen. These images have been referred as an example for why the internet feels dead. Facebook includes an option to provide AI-generated responses to group posts, such as responses appear if a user explicitly tags #at Meta AI in a post. If the post includes a question, no other user has responded within an hour. All right, this is AI of Shrimp Jesus. Like a part of Jesus' torso with shrimp. Interesting. Reddit. In the past, Reddit allowed free access to its API and data, which allowed users to employ third party moderation apps and train AI in human interaction. Controversially, Reddit moved to charge for access to its user dataset. Companies training AI will likely continue to use this data for training future AI. Man, you got AI training AI. That's scary. Wow. As LLMs such as ChatGPT became available to the general public, they are increasingly being employed by Reddit by users and bot accounts. Professor Toby Walsh of the University of South Wales said in an interview with the Business Insider that the training the next generation of AI on content created by previous generations who caused the content to suffer. University of South Florida professor John Lycato compared the situation of AI generated web content flooding Reddit to the dead internet theory. Twitter. I hate texting tweets. Since 2020, several Twitter accounts started posting tweets starting with the phrase I hate texting, followed by an alternative activity such as I hate texting, I just went to hold your hand. I hate texting, just come live with me. These posts received tens of thousands of likes, many of which are suspected to be from bot accounts. Proponents of the dead internet theory have used these accounts as an example. Elon Musk's acquisition on Twitter. Synchronicity. We were talking about Elon Musk earlier with our guests. The proportion of Twitter accounts run by bots became a major issue during Musk's acquisition of the company. Musk disputed Twitter's claim that 5% of their monetizable daily active user MDAU were bots. Musk commissioned that the company Kybra to estimate what percentage of Twitter accounts were bots, with one study estimating 13.7% and another estimating 11%. Counter Action, another firm commissioned by Musk, estimated 5.3% of the accounts were bots. Some bot accounts provide services such as one noted that can provide stock prices when asked, while others troll misinformation or try to scam users. Believers in the dead internet theory have pointed to this incident as evidence. TikTok. In 2024, TikTok began discussing offering the use of virtual influencers to advertisement agencies. In a 2024 article in Fast Company, journalist Michael Grothowis linked this and other AI generated content on social media to the dead internet theory. In this article, he referred to the content as AI slime. On YouTube, there is a market online for fake views to boost a video's credibility and reach broader alliances. At one point, fake views were so prevalent that some engineers were concerned YouTube's algorithm for detecting them would begin to treat the fake news as default and start misclassifying real ones. YouTube engineers coined the term the inversion to describe this phenomenon. YouTube bots and the fear of inversion cited as support for the dead internet theory, and a thread on the internet forum Maholaland. Social AI. Social AI, an app created on September 18, 2024, was created with the purpose of chatting with only AI bots without human interaction. Its creator was Michael Saman, a former product led by the Google, who also worked at Facebook, Roblox, and Twitter. An article Ars Technica website linked social AI to the dead internet theory. In popular culture, the dead internet theory has been discussed among users of the social media platform Twitter. Users have noted that the bot activity has affected their experience. Numerous YouTube channels and online communities, including the Linus Tech Tips forum and Joe Rogan subreddit. I didn't know Joe Rogan had a subreddit. Have covered the dead internet theory, which has helped to advance the idea into mainstream disclosure. There has been discussion and memes about this topic on the app TikTok due to the fact that AI generated content has become more mainstream. All right, talk about this briefly. Algorithmic radicalization is the concept that the recommender of algorithms on popular social media sites such as YouTube and Facebook drive users toward progressively more extreme content over the time, leading to them developing radicalized extremist political views. Algorithms record user interactions from likes to dislikes to amount of spent on posts to generate endless media amid keep users engaged through echo chambers channels and consumers to drive the more polarized preference in the media and self-confirmation. Algorithmic radicalization remains a controversial phenomenon as it is often not the best interest of social media companies to remove echo chamber channels. To what extent recommender algorithms are usually responsible for the radicalization remains controversial. Studies have found contradictory results as whether algorithms have promoted extremist content. That's very interesting. Alright, so we're going to go over here. We'll go to. We're going to go to the urban legends. We're talking about some more scary stories here. Alright. The babysitter and the man upstairs. Another one. The babysitter and the man upstairs, also known as the babysitter and the sitter, is an urban legend that dates back to the 60s about a teenage babysitter who receives telephone calls that turn out to be coming from the inside of the house. The basic storyline has adapted a number of times in the movies. Origins. The legend dates as far back as the 1960s, with its exact original inspiration not entirely certain. However, the 1950 unsolved murder of a teenage babysitter, Janet Christman, in Columbia, Missouri, seems to have been an influence, at the very least, on the latter versions on media adaptations. Yes, indeed, DJ. The legend dates back as far back as the 1960s, with its exact original inspiration not entirely certain. However, 1950 unsolved murder of teenage babysitter Janet Christman in Columbia, Missouri seems to have been an influence, at the very least, on the latter versions via media adaptations. Days before her 14th birthday, Christman took a baby sitting job for a couple during which she was sexually assaulted and killed by an unknown assailant. One of the suspect of the 27-year-old Robert Bueller was an acquaintance of Christman as well as the couple she was sitting for. Mueller had employed Christman as a sitter and was playing cards with the couple on the night of the incident. He left early, claiming he needed to take care of a sick child at home, but he was determined not to have gone home just then. Christman called the police with screams for help, but they did not learn her address. When the couple returned to the porch, light was on the front door, unlocked, implying that Christman has let her attacker in. A side window had been unnecessarily broken out with a garden hoe, stowed inside the house. The legend details a teenage girl who was watching television at night while babysitting after the children had been put to bed upstairs. The phone rings. The unknown caller tells her to check the children. The girl dismisses the call, but the anonymous caller dials back several times, and the girl becomes increasingly frightened. Eventually, the babysitter calls the police. This reminds me of Scream. This must have been what Scream was based off of. Who inform her they will trace the next call. After the stranger calls again, the police return her call, advising her to leave immediately. She evacuates the home, and the police meet her and explain that the calls were coming from inside her house, and that the unidentified prowler was calling her after deleting the children upstairs. Wow, that's horrible. Other versions, and more child friendly versions, the caller turns out to be either one of the children or an elder sibling who decides to scare the babysitter as a prank, and they got told off by the police. The babysitter is also deleted. These are different versions. Going over it again. In more child-friendly versions, the caller turns out to be either one of the children or an elder sibling who decided to scare the babysitter as a prank, and they get told off by the police. The babysitter is also deleted in one of the versions. The babysitter rescues the children, and the prowler is arrested by police. While being taken away by the police, the prowler whispers or says out loud, "See you soon," to the babysitter. In some versions, when the prowler calls to the babysitter, he just makes scary noises like giggling or heavy breathing. Also, this version, when the operator says that the calls have been coming from the same house, it might be a mouse. It might be even hiding under the couch. The phone goes quiet, and when the operator asks if the babysitter is still there, all they get is the same scary noises, meaning that the babysitter has already been deleted. The children are with the babysitter while watching television. The prowler starts phoning them, saying that he'll be with them in a decreasing amount of time. Then, after they get news that the calls are coming from inside the house, they hear the door upstairs opening, and then the sound of footsteps heading toward their room. This version can be found in the first book of the Scary Stories Tell in the Dark books. Years later, the babysitter is now an adult and has a family of her own. One evening, she and her husband go over dinner out while babysitting. Looks like after the children evening is going well, Isabel, until the waiter approaches their table and says that there is a phone call for her. She then answers the phone and hears, "Did you check the children?" This is the ending that appears to some of the movie versions. Shout out to y'all in chat. Thank you. The police, one of the children, they found the prowler under the kid's bed holding a weapon. Must have been the age of 7. Stairway to Heaven is desirable, but go down the highway to hell, Isabel. Hey, SC, good to see you. Years later, the babysitter is now an adult and has her own family. One evening, she and her husband go to have dinner out while a babysitter looks after the children. The evening is going well until a waiter approaches their table and says that there is a phone call for her. She then answers the phone and hears, "Did you check the children?" This is an ending that appears some of the movie versions. The police inform one of the children that, "Okay, DJ, we are helping your transition into Dreamland." Ah, bro's been lurking all night. Bro's been lurking all night. Hey, bro's been lurking all night. All right, so we got, yeah. Hey, SE. Yeah, everybody's saying hey, SE. All right, so I told him hi before. I just was reading what he was saying. The children are with babysitter while watching television. The parlor starts phoning them, saying that he'll be with them in a decreasing amount of time. Then, after they get the news that the calls are coming from inside the house, they hear a door upstairs opening and then the sound of footsteps heading toward their room. This version can be found in the first book of the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark books. Years later, the babysitter is now an adult and has family of her own. One evening, she and her husband got to have dinner out while a babysitter looks after the children. The evening going well until a waiter approaches their table and says there is a phone call for her. She then answers the phone and hears, "Did you check the children?" This is the ending that appears to some of the movie versions. The police inform one of the children that they found the prowler under the kid's bed holding a weapon. Clown doll statue version legend. Now we're talking about clown dolls. A similar urban legend is the clown statue or the clown doll. A babysitter is unnerved by what she assumes is a hideous life size statue of a clown in the corner of the room, watching a witch fly on her broom while she's eating a bunch of shrooms. When the mother or father of the children she is carrying for calls home to check in, the babysitter asks if she can cover the clown statue with a blanket. the parent informs the babysitter they do not own the clown statue. The statue was really a murderer with dwarfism that dresses like a clown in a clown costume. That's really messed up, but kind of funny. The clown statue was really a murderer who was a dwarf. That was, a tiny that dresses in a clown costume. SE. Oh yeah, Blair Witch. I'm gonna go. I saw the first one, and you got the second one up. You said, I believe. So we're gonna go and check that out. But I'm gonna go check that out later. But basically, what we're talking about now is the babysitter and the man upstairs. So there's like a babysitter, and there's like a dude stalking in the house to go and harass her. Oh, okay. Thanks for the update. Due to the nature of this version, its own variations of the story have one more of these details. The children mention the murderous. Yes, the clown is a little person. Yes. Due to the nature of this version, its own variants of the story have one or more of these details. The children mention the murderous small person stalking them either early or later in the story. The murderous small person pretends to be a clown doll instead of a clown statue. In small versions, the room itself can be the parents' bedroom or the basement rather than the living room. The babysitter gets slowly annoyed by the clown statue, and sometime later, before calling the parents and getting their permission to cover the clown statue up. Oh, that makes sense, SE. That makes sense, dude. All right. Hello, Pootsy. In some versions, the room itself can be parents' bedroom or the basement rather than the living room. The babysitter gets slowly annoyed by the clown statue, sometimes later before calling the parents and getting their permission to cover the clown statue up. In some versions, the babysitter either asks the parents to switch rooms or she walks up or down the stairs as means to avoid seeing the statue. Wow. In some versions, the story takes place in Newport Beach, California. In a few versions, the intruder is perverted, homeless person, or a vengeful ghost clown who died in that family's home instead of the murderous small serial killer or mentally ill patient. Little people are people too, just little. Yes, that's true, Essie. Very true. So, All right, so that's one of the legends. Urban legends. All right, so we're going to talk about an urban legend curse. All right, the curse of the Bambino, Babe Ruth. That's who it's based off of. The curse of the Bambino was a superstitious sports curse in Major League Baseball derived from the 86-year championship drought of the Boston Red Sox between 1918 and 2004. That's a really long time. The superstition was named after Babe Ruth, colloquially known as the Bambino, who played for the Red Sox until he was sold to the New York Yankees in 1920. While some fans took the curse seriously, most used the expression in a tongue-in-cheek manner. Prior to the drought, the Red Sox had been one of the most successful professional baseball franchises. They won 5 of the first 15 World Series titles, including the first in 1903. Most than any other baseball MLB team at the time. During this period, Ruth was a contributor to the Red Sox, 3 championships, 1915, 1916, and 1918. Following the sale of Ruth, however, the once lackluster Yankees became one of the most dominant professional sports franchises in North America, winning more than twice as many World Series titles as any other MLB team. The curse became a focal point of the Yankees Red Sox rivalry over the years. Talk of the curse as an ongoing phenomenon ended when the Red Sox won the 2004 World Series. The Red Sox championship was prefaced by the team overcoming a 3-0 deficit against the Yankees in 2004 American League Championship Series, ALSCS. Shout out to the Corn. The first and, as of 2024, the only time MLB team won a best of 7 playoff series after losing the first 3 games. I hear something outside. Scared. Shout out to him. Talk of the curse of an ongoing phenomenon ended when the Red Sox won the 2004 World Series. The Red Sox championship pacified by the team overcoming a 3-0 deficiency against the Yankees in 2004 American League Championship Series ALCS, the first and as the 2024 only time the MLB won a best 7 playoff series after losing the first 3 games. The ghost of Babe Ruth. The curse had been such a part of the Boston culture that when reversed curve road sign on Longfellow Bridge over the city's Storrow Drive was graffitied to read "Reverse the Curse," officials left it in the place until the Red Sox won the 2004 World Series after the World Series that year. The road sign was edited to reverse curse in celebration before its removal. On the 20th anniversary of their World Series win, the sign was displayed on a duck, goose boat during the Red Sox in 2024 a home opener parade. This man, the ghost of Babe Ruth is outside. Scared. The curse had been such a part of Boston culture that when a reverse curse road sign on Longfellow Bridge over the city's Storrow Drive was graffitied to read "Reverse the Curse," officials left it in the place until the Red Sox won the 2004 World Series. After the World Series that year, the road sign was edited to read "Reversed Curse" in a celebration before its removal. On the 20th anniversary of their World Series win, the sign was displayed on a duck boat during the Red Sox 2024 home opener parade. Harry Frazier sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees. Lure. Although it had long been noted that the selling of Ruth had been the beginning of the decline in the Red Sox fortunes, the term "curse of the Bambino" was not in common use until a publication of the book "Curse of Bambino" by Dan Saugunessi in 1990. It became a key part of the Red Sox lore. I dropped to the floor. The space hose dropped to the floor. Shut the front door. Reading some in high school English classes in New England. The first articulation of the curse appears at the end of the chapter of 2 of the book in letter of Mr. Shagnosky from the Rev. Darrell Berger of the First Parish Alterian Church in Saquate, Massachusetts. As an avid fan of the occasional baseball writer, broadcaster whose congregation dates back to the unique portion of the place, frustrated for the Red Sox fans into historical perspective, he replies, the inquiry why the curse is applicable term, citing the House of the Seven Gables, a tale of how one's continuing ill fortune can be spun into the curse. Pootsy. Hello, Bubbles. He has all his food and everything. He's chatty. Let's see. And the Rev Burger writes, in both cases you have cursed family, being of evil that had been done in its past, passed down several generations later. I think of the selling of Ruth as the sin that cannot be atoned for. There hasn't been a savior that can come along and make the atonement of the Sox over and over. Keep paying for that sin. Fraser's phrase sins against the Sox fans by selling Ruth. This serves as a trust between fans and its ownership that has never healed. A curse is also merely a folk-wise way of explaining the unexplainable, but who wants to leave it at that? So, is that in the Old Testament? It says. The curse of bubbles. Alright. I got him on me now. Switch over right here. I want to show you all bubbles. Let's see. There he is. And that's my new Mario hoodie. The curse has been lifted. Pootsy. Kitty. Kitty cat. Thanks. And you see a part of my pirate necklace. I mean, my pirate bracelet made out of tiger stone. And that's the skull. That's like looking at you. Cutie. Scared. All right. So the curse was about them selling Babe Ruth. The key for the curse to be lifted is acknowledgement that both sin and curse exist. Why it is the same way an alcoholic or any dysfunctional relationship must be named before it can heal. The great danger of a curse is that the closer it gets to being overcome, the greater the anxiety becomes. Anxiety causes bad things to happen, and the curse continues. Although the title drought dates back to 1918, the sale of Ruth to the Yankees was completed in January 3, 1920. In the standard curse lore, the Red Sox owner and the theoretical producer Harry Fraze used the produced from the sale to finance production of Broadway musical, usually said to be No No Nanette. In fact, Fraze backed many productions before and after the sale, and No No Nanette not see its first performance until 5 years after Ruth sale, 2 years after Fraze sold the Red Sox in 1921. The Red Sox manager Ed Barrow left to take over as general manager of the Yankees. Other Red Sox players were also later sold or traded to the Yankees. Neither the lore nor the debunking of it is entirely tells the story as the Lee Montville wrote at the Big Bam. The life of the Times Babe Ruth, the production No No Nanette, had originated as non-musical stage play called My Lady Friends, which opened Broadway in December 1919. That play had indeed been financed as a direct result of the Ruth deal. Various researchers, including Montville and Shagunsi, have pointed out Fraze had close ties to the Yankee owners in many of the player deals, as well as the mortgage deal for the Fenway Park itself had to do with financing his plays. Yankee fans taunted the Red Sox with chants of 1918, the weekend in September 1990, demeaning the chant echoed at Yankee Stadium each time the Red Sox were there. Yankees fans also taunted the Red Sox with the sign saying 1918, Curse of the Bambino, pictures of Babe Ruth, and were wearing 1918 t-shirts each time they were at the stadium. The chant was only heard at the Yankee Stadium. So wow, that's really something, that there's a whole curse behind it. Good Pootie. Reportedly cursed results. Before Ruth left Boston, the Red Sox had won for the first 15 World Series, with Ruth pitching for the 1916 and 1918 championship teams. He was with the Sox for the 1915 World Series, but the manager used him only once as a pinch hitter. Did not pinch. The Yankees had not played in any of the World Series up at that time. In 1984, years after the sale, the Yankees played in the 1939 World Series, winning 26 of them, twice as many of the other team. In Major League Baseball, meanwhile, over the same time span, the Red Sox played in only 4 World Series and lost each of the 7 games. Even losses that occurred many years before the first mention of the supposed curse in 1986 have been attributed to it. Some of these instances are listed below. In 1946, the Red Sox appeared in their first World Series since the sale of Babe Ruth, were favored to beat St. Louis Cardinals. 1948, Red Sox finished the regular season tied for first place. 1949, Red Sox needed to win just one of the last games in the season to win. Red Sox surprisingly reversed the awful results of '66, winning American League. 1972, Red Sox ended regular season. Red Sox fans attempted various methods over years to exorcise their famous curse. These included placing a Boston cap atop Mount Everest, burning a Yankees cap at the base camp, finding a piano owned by Ruth that he had supposedly pushed into a pond near his Sudbury, Massachusetts farm, Home Plate Farm. In 1976, Lori Cabot, the official witch of Massachusetts, was brought in the end. A 10-game losing streak, while losing streak ended, the curse of the Bambino did not. Bambino is ruthless. Ken Burns in 1994 documentary Baseball. Former Red Sox pitcher Bill Lee suggested that Red Sox should exhume the body of Babe Ruth, transport it back to Fenway, and publicly apologize for trading Ruth to the Yankees. Skeleton looking at... Yeah. Scared. The skeleton's looking at my man SC. Some declared the curse broken during a game on August 31st, 2004, when a foul ball hit by Manny Ramirez flew into Section 9, Box 95, Row AA, in such a boy's face, knocking two of his teeth out. 16-year-old Lee Gavin, a Boston fan whose favorite player was Ramirez, lived on Sudbury Farm, owned by Ruth. That same day, the Yankees suffered their worst loss in the team in history, a 22-0 Klomberg home against the Cleveland Indians. In 2004, the Red Sox once again met the Yankees in American League Championship Series. The Red Sox lost the first three games, including losing Game 3 in Fenway by lopsiding a score 19-8. The Red Sox trailed 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth inning of Game 4, but the team tied the game with a walk by Kevin Miller. A stolen baseball pinch runner, Dave Roberts, followed by an RBI single against Yankee closer Mariano Rivera by third baseman Bill Mueller, and one on a 2-run home in 12th inning by David Ortiz. Red Sox won the next three games, became the first and only MLB team to win 7 games postseason, several after losing the film 3 games. The Red Sox then faced the St. Louis Cardinals, the team to whom they had lost in 1946 and 1967, and led throughout the series, winning in the 4-game sweep. So the curse was broken. There's anti-Semitism. Let's see what this is about. Glenn Stout argues that the idea of curse was indirectly influenced by anti-Semitism. Although that aspect was not part of its modern usage, he even says this does not mean that anyone who writes or speaks of the curse today as journalists or fans is either anti-Semitic or even remotely aware of anti-Semitic roots of the curse, because Fraser was from New York and involved with theater, and it was assumed that he was Jewish. He actually was Presbyterian. You'll have this is a problem with these anti-Semitic and kind of ideologies that are like this, where they'll think people are Jewish that aren't Jewish, and you just create this boogeyman. Yes, there are individuals that are Jews that, just like any other group, that involved in things that are not too nice. But it doesn't, see, you got a problem here when we just assume everything is Jewish. It's best to view things from a logical perspective of, this person is bad because of their character, not because of their skin. I think Martin Luther King, not the content of their skin. No, I kind of slipped my mind the quote, but it's not about the color of the skin, but their character, basically. Though Fraze was respected in Boston, Henry Ford, that one was very anti-Semitic. Dearborn Independent ran a series of articles promoting to expose how Jews were destroying America, he claimed. And among these were articles emphasizing Fraze, saying that with the purchase of the Red Sox, another club was placed under the smothering influence of the chosen race. These articles turned the tide of both baseball owners and public opinions against this hatred, and directly created the atmosphere where the curse could be accepted. Not the color of their skin, but the content of their character. Thank you. All right. Late went to sleep. Good grief. Bring the cat back over there. One moment. Okay. My leg fell asleep. Whew. So it's coming back to me. I agree, Latina. That's very true. Latina says lefties have been making people to suck. They want men to be weak betas and have their mama spirit. I agree. Latina. They want to tap into that strong woman energy. When men do that, Latina, like for school shooters, for instance, they're just in their emotions, their feelings. Like, ones I specifically look at the most is the Columbine attack and the massacre. And, Dylan and Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris, they had their angry emotions, and they went by their emotional impulses, and they didn't go by, like, logical reasoning. And anybody in general, in other areas where people start to suck and making men weak betas, that is a situation where the men are not going by their masculine frame, which doesn't mean to oppress women or harm women, but to take care of them and to take care of everything else in their life. But they go by their emotions and not by logical, masculine reasoning, because women are very nurturing and they're very good with taking care of children and stuff, and that's a strength that they have, that they're very good at. And men have their strengths in other ways. But when you have a man that's going on his emotions, you're going to have a recipe for disaster. You're going to have that's where all these horrible things start happening. Because actually, when you have, that's true toxic masculinity in the sense the left talks about it. When you have men doing bad things is when they're not being masculine. It's actually the opposite. Just a masculine man just, it doesn't act like that and doesn't oppress anybody. A man provides and takes care. And there's women that have done many great things throughout history, but when you start to, and a lot of the times, so you have some women that were forced into these situations. And like the vampire story with Nosferatu, how her husband went and got messed up by the vampire, and she had to go save the whole town because she was put in a situation where she had to do it. But masculinity was always appreciated. But when you have like the She-Hulk and these other stupid things, you completely underpower, completely belittle women and what they're capable of when they're just strong all the time for no reason. It's like they are strong for a reason when they had to be. And also, you had, in Europe you had kings and you had queens, and the way they had culture, there are people that weren't perfect, but you have, men that had acted traditional and women that acted, traditional, but, they had Joan of Arc, but she appreciated masculine men because you have to have them win the battle. Men do a lot of great things, and women do a lot of great things. But when you have people that want to destroy our civilization, they're going to go and make everybody weak betas because it would be easier to attack and to harm the society. So it came from, in my opinion, the USSR during their psychological warfare program. But the USSR thankfully was defeated because it collapsed under its own weight. And Russia, as I said, Russia is not like what America is necessarily. I'm not saying that Russia and America will see eye to eye on everything. But it's not the USSR anymore. Although there's communist countries, some are maybe not that bad, some may be bad. But, the USSR collapsed under its own weight. And, yeah, but I'm glad with the internet and people can see that a lot of nonsense is not true what they thought it was. So now, things are going in a better direction. So, yeah, the leftists. That's what I'd rather say, Latina, that... And look, people that believe in the leftist ideas, in my opinion, there are some that may have been misguided by the media, like I said earlier. And they may have been, just watch MSNBC and nothing else. But if they're shown, I've seen this many times, that they're shown the truth explained by a friend, they could see where they were maybe misinformed. And... So to not hate our fellow Americans, but you got people that are shaving their heads right now. You got people that are crying. Those people could just go take a hike, okay? And you got people just doing some goofy things. That's on them. But you have a situation where to the leftists, whoever they are, whatever race they are, whatever color or creed they are, that's... something to be concerned about, not a specific race of people. That's a way the left and the groups are able to do these attacks and would make the movement look bad if you're just attacking a certain group of people. I mean, it's a straw man argument to attack a race of people, but people that hold a group of ideas. That's, what you gotta have. Be careful about what the ideas a person has. Martin Luther King was very wise. And I believe that the people on the left, technically in my opinion, were very angry at him for the great things he did. And they wanted revenge, in my opinion. That's why they caused all these problems with the black community, that I think. But it will not prevail in the end. and we could see everything's going in a more positive direction. In all of my opinion, and this man, Beta. This is something interesting. The curse of the Kogan's Bluff is a baseball related superstition that already prevented the San Francisco Giants Major League Baseball franchises from winning the World Series following the club's move from New York City to San Francisco. Let's see. I wonder if the Six Flags in New Orleans is cursed. Because it just, nobody can ever do anything there. Although the actual curse began in 1958, the story goes back to 1918 when Eddie Grant was killed while fighting in World War One. The team honored him and commemorated a plaque in the center of the field wall at the Polo Grounds, which was located in a piece of land in New York City called Kogan's Bluff, so named for its owner-developer. Names J. Kogan, while in the franchise, was based on the New York Giants, won 5 World Series titles, with the longest drought between titles between 21 years. The last championship in the New York Giants game against the Cleveland Indians in 1954, notably featuring Willie Mays' famous catch in Game 1. In 1950, Giants owner Horace Stoneham began to consider moving the team to another city, needing a new stadium to replace the crumbling Polo Grounds. San Francisco Mayor George Christopher negotiated with Stoneham, approving the move to San Francisco, stating with the 1958 season, the approval caused the upset Giants fans to storm the fields during the home game before relocation, stealing the Eddie Grant plaque, losing the team identity. Following the move, upset Giants fans in New York allegedly placed a hex on the San Francisco Giants, claiming the franchise would never win the World Series. In San Francisco, many believed of the team's good luck in New York. During 1950, after placing the alleged curse on Kogan's Bluff, the Giants made 3 World Series appearances and lost each time. Wow. Shout out to Bubbles in his potty box. Alright, well, it looks like I never switched over to the other screen. Okay. There you go. The Baskerville effect. The Baskerville effect, or the hound of the Backersville effect is the alleged self-fulfilling prophecy that there is an increase in rate of mortality through heart attacks on the day of considered unlucky because the psychological stress is caused by superstitious people. The term derives from the Sherlock Holmes novel The Hound of Baskervilles, in which a hellish-looking dog chases Sir Charles Baskerville, sufferer of a chronic heart disease. According to legend, the dog cursed his family. Baskerville runs in great fear and dies of a heart attack, with an expression of horror on his face. Origin of the term. The Baskerville effect was named by David Phillips and his colleagues at the University of California, San Diego, on the paper where they reported that the daily number of deaths of Chinese and Japanese Americans from heart attacks between 1973 and 1998 is 7% higher on the fourth month compared to the average of the other days in that month. Well, it wasn't not observed in general American population. 4. Former writing is considered an unlucky number in Chinese and hence the Japanese and Korean because it sounds like death. Some Chinese and Japanese hotels and hospitals do not use it as a number the way the American architects don't use the 13 as a floor number in an office or hotel buildings. The authors, seeing how telephone line subscribers could choose the last 4 digits in their telephone, go and shoot down a drone. This hater looks like a head shaped like a cone. I am lurking directly into the zone. Phone numbers found evidence that the number 4 is avoided among Chinese Americans and Japanese Americans by searching the California Yellow Pages for telephone numbers of Chinese and restaurants, finding that these have significantly fewer numbers in the 4 last sections. Gary Smith commented that the Phillips and colleagues had omitted data from several heart disease categories, picking only those that happened to have a higher rate of the fourth day, calling the chronic heart diseases. Smith also pointed out that they had not done this on their previous studies of Jewish deaths near Passover and Chinese deaths during the harvest moon, where they have used all heart disease categories. Smith also found no satisfactory relevant peaks on day 4 in data from 1969 to 1988 and 1999 to 2001 for total coronary deaths in patients are subsets of the heart disease used by Phillips and colleagues, adding that there were more deaths on the day 5 in 1969 and 1988 data and more deaths on day 3 of 1999 and 2001 data. All right. Here we go. Black Volga refers to the urban, widespread Poland, Romania, Hungary and Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Greece, and Mongolia, mainly in the 1960s and 70s. The legend refers to a black or sometime version red, GAZ-21 or GAZ-24, that was allegedly used to abduct and murder people. According to different versions, it was driven by communist secret police, the Russian mafia, Satanist, or Satan himself. Car is described as having white wheel rims, white curtains, or other white elements. Scared. This impression was also caused by the active use of passenger car of the Gorky automobile plant in Gaz-M1 America by the NKVD bodies during the years of mass repression. For the sake of saving money, during almost all the time of its release, the M1 was only available with black paint, which emphasized the ominous image of the car. Supposedly, the victims were kidnapped and then murdered by the perpetrators to use their blood as a cure for rich Westerners or Arabs. Suffering from leukemia. Well, I didn't read the whole thing. Supposedly, victims were kidnapped and then murdered by the perpetrators to use their blood as a cure for rich Westerners or Arabs suffering from leukemia. Other variants of the organ theft as motive combining with another infamous legend or kidney theft by the KGB. The legend surfaced again in the late 20th century with a BMW or Mercedes car taking the Volga's place. The black Volga was sometimes depicted with horns instead of wing mirrors. It could also have the number 666 on the license plate, as well as having a white windows or curtains. In this version, the driver, allegedly the devil, would ask passers by for the time and kill them when they approached the car to answer. In another version of the legend, the victims would die. At the same time, a day later, the driver would say, "Tomorrow you will die at this hour." Scared. However, there was an effective defiance method. When potential victim answered, "It is God's time," the car would quickly vanish. It is all in God's time. It doesn't matter what anybody says. God has the final say. In Czechoslovakia, the story appeared in the late 1970s as Black Ambulance, while in Romania, the Volgas were replaced in 1970s with Dacia 1301s, modified versions of the Dacia 1300 with several features not available to the public, which eventually replaced the ambulances as well in the 1990s. Now, that's kind of like a mafia car. My great grandfather had cars like that. That looks interesting. The brown hand. The brown hand, well noted short story. Okay, the plot. The center character of the story is a doctor. The story is based on an Indian urban legend that tells of a Muslim who was forced to have his arm amputated after an accident and died a few months later, but after death became a ghost and began wandering about searching for his limb. The central character of the story is a doctor, Sir Dominic Holden, who has had long spell of service in the British India as first military doctor and then as a private surgeon in Bombay. Once, when they posted in Persia War, then made the city individual Punjab, hence part of India. He had to attend poor Afghanistan, whose hand was in such a bad state due to the growth of gangrene that the only way to save his life was to amputate it. The operation was performed by Dr. Holden, asked for an amputated hand and his fees. Dr. Holden had a hobby of collecting discarded limbs and organs and kystes for the living and around humans, and thus wanted to add brown hand to his collection. The Afghan, being Islamic, refused to part with the amputated hand as it breached the rules of his religion, which stated amputated body parts must be kept with the owner himself. Or Dr. Holden promised to return the Afghan his hand. Before his death, and took the hand with him to his house in Bombay. Dr. Holden retreated soon after and settled Wiltshire. Then one night he was awakened by somebody pulling his clothes, a ghost of his old Afghan patient. Dr. Holden understood that the Afghan had died, and his ghost wanted back the amputated hand. From then onwards, the ghost haunted the doctor's lab every night for 4 years, looking for his hand, but the ghost failed to find the hand since it had been damaged in a fire that broke out in a doctor's house in Bombay. The recurring visit to the ghost, however, hand made the life of Dr. Holden and his wife, Lady Holden, miserable, and the effect on their health was prominent. A doctor known for his steel nerves had become a scared individual. Protagonist of the story, Dr. Holden's nephew, Hardcore, decided to solve his problems. He spent his first night in the lab and saw Afghan searching for his hand. The next day, Dr. Holden explained to him everything in detail, and Hardcore left and Hanser left London. Hadasser, a doctor himself, went through the book on from them. Onward, the ghost haunted the doctor's lab every night, looking for the hand, but the ghost failed to find it. The hand, since the damage of fire, Dr. Holden's nephew, Hanser. Okay. Hanser, a doctor himself, went through a book on spirits and found that certain spirits could not leave the living world because of them being strongly attached to something or someone existing in this world. Hard Sir decided to try his luck and left Chadwell, where a friend of his was home. The surgeon at a hospital for sailors, the home surgeon provided Hard Sir with an amputated hand of an Indian sailor, as the requirement was a brown hand. Hard Sir returned to Wiltshire in a jar and placed it in his uncle's lab. Hard Sir stayed away from the Afghan ghost, came visiting as usual. Hard Sir experiment failed at the Afghan on seeing the hand wailed in agony and smashed the jar on the floor before disappearing. Next morning, Hard Sir realized his mistake, as he had brought the left hand to the sailor while Afghan had his right hand spared. Hadasser rushed back to Cardwell, and Lucky got right hand the sailor, while the Afghan had his right hand separated. Hadasser rushed back. Cardwell and Lucky got right back to the sailor. He returned to the place hand in the jar in the lab, just like the previous day. Dr. Holden Frodbraid Hadasser sleeping in the lab, as he feared risking his nephew's life. That night, Hadasser again saw somebody approaching him while he tried to sleep, but it was any ghost. But his uncle seemed overwhelmed with joy and had suddenly regained some of the energy possessed early. Dr. Holden stated that the ghost had finally found his amputated hand, and before leaving, he had bowed thrice in front of him. It was similar to how Afghans pay respect. The Holdens lived on peacefully and consulted Hardcore for every major decisions they took after they died. Before he died, Dr. Holden named Hadasser as the heir of the property. So yeah, that's really spooky. All right. Briefly, we're going to talk about King Arthur, then we'll end it. Up to the 1210, continental Arthurian romances was expressed primarily through poetry. After this date, the tales begin to be told in prose. The most significant of the 13th century prose romance was the Vulgate Cycle, Lancelot and the Grail, a series of 5 Middle French prose works written in the first half of that century. These works were the Histoire del Saint Grail, Histoire del Merlin, the prose Lancelot with the entire Vulgate in its own, which is combined to form the first coherent version of the entire Arthurian legend. The cycle continued the trend towards reducing the role played by Arthur in his own legend, partly through the introduction of the character of Galahad and expansion of the role of Merlin, is also made in Mordred and the rest of an incestuous relationship between Arthur and his sister Morgause. Established the role of Camelot, the first mention in the passing of Tretine Lancelot as Arthur's primary court. The series of text was quickly followed by a post-Vulgate cycle, of which Suite du Merlin is passed, which greatly reduced the importance of Lancelot's affair with Guinevere, but continued to sideline Arthur and focus more on the Grail quest. As such, Arthur became even more of relatively minor character of those in French prose romances. The Vulgate itself figures significantly in time. King Arthur famed table of Arthurian legend around which he and his knights congregate, as the name suggests. It has no head, implying that everyone who sits there has equal status, unlike conventional regular tables, where participants order themselves according to rank. The table was first described in 1155 by Wace, who relied on previous depictions of Arthur's fabulous retinue. The symbolism of the round table developed over time. By the close of the 12th century, it had come to represent the chivalric order associated with Arthur's court, the Knights of the Round Table. The Round Tables first appeared in Wace Rome de Brute language adaptation of Gorfy's Historia, finished in 1155. Wace says Arthur created the Round Table to prevent quarrels among his barons, none of whom would accept the lower place than the other. Layamon added to the story when he adapted Wace's work into the Middle Brute in the early 13th century, saying that the quarrel between Arthur and the vassals led to violence at Utelet Feast. In response to the Cornish carpenter built an enormous but easily transportable round table to prevent further dispute. Wace claims he was not the source of the round table. Both he and Layamon credited since the Britons. Some scholars have doubled this claim, while others believe many be true. There is some similarity between the two characters' description of the Round Table and the custom recorded in Celtic stories in which warriors sit in a circle around the knight, around the king, or led warrior, in some cases feuding over the order of precedence, kind of like with the mods. and Leomund. There is possibility that Wace contrary to his own claims, derived Arthur's Round Table not from any Breton source, but rather from the medieval biographies of Chamberlain, notably Einhard's Vitia Corli and Noker's and the Stampsters of Di Carlo Magno, in which the king had possessed the Round Table decorated with a map of Rome. Now, the Round Table is very famous. And basically, what happened was this situation occurred when they had the Round Table and they had like a democracy republic where all the people were together at the Round Table and they all had equal rights. And it's a very, very famous story within, Britain. In this tale of this British tale. And map of Rome, that's what he wanted. He wanted the map of Rome. One moment here. Get to this in a moment. Yeah, and basically what happens is, we'll read right here. The Round Table takes on new dimensions in the romances of the late 12th century and the early 12th century, where it becomes a symbol of the famed order of chivalry when flourishes under Arthur. So basically, Arthur's this great leader that does these great things for his people. And basically, I think that the Round Table has important lessons in it. Very important lessons in it. Because it could teach people to have more unity, more strength, and be more united together. We'll read some more excerpts from it. And then we'll end it. Right. Early 13th century, where it becomes a symbol of the framed order of chivalry, which flourishes under Arthur. In Robert de Baron's Merlin, written around the 1200, the magician Merlin creates the Round Table in imitation of the table of the Last Supper and of Joseph of Arimathea's Grail. Table made of silver, the Grail table was used by followers of Arimathea after he created as directed by a vision of Christ and taken him to Avalon, later identified as Glasbury Tor. This connection was not mentioned by Robert. This version of the Round Table here made Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, rather then Arthur himself had 12 seats and one empty place to mark the betrayal of Judas. This seat must remain empty until the coming of the knight who will achieve the grail. Didat Percival in Pros Continuum of Robert's work takes place up the story as a knight of Perceval sits in the seat, initiates the Grail quest. All right, and next time we will get more into that. All right. So we will go more into the Holy Grail on the next one. And I'm thankful for all of you that watched and listened tonight. Some of you may be sleeping, some of you may be lurking. I appreciate all of you being here and chilling with me. And we've had a very great time streaming past 2 days. And shout out to all of you. One thing I want to check really quick. I want to do something really quick, but peace for everybody. I'm about to go in a moment. I'm just going to check something really quick. Okay. All right, going through this. All right. Going here. All right, just checking something. Okay. We're all good. We're all good. Okay. Okay, everybody. Have a very blessed, great weekend, and peace. We'll be doing more on the King Arthur stuff on the next night streams.